Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening, gang? What are we doing? How's everybody doing out there today? So, on the screen, we made some breakfast tacos. Yes. Spicy and warm with chorizo, eggs, cilantro, a little salsa verde, some guac, some cojita cheese, along with some breakfast potatoes. Who doesn't love those? Peppers, onions, potatoes, seasoning. Threw a little chili powder into the mix, a little smoked paprika to give it a little bit more of a Mexican flair to go along with the tacos. Holy crap, we got one person watching. Marine Lair says, no more watches, cash only. There he is. There he is. No more watches, cash only. So I made a new, while I was letting that little Omega video run, I forgot to compress a video file into the new breakfast montage. I made a new breakfast montage. It's on the YouTube page, but for those of you who didn't see it, we're going to play that right now so you can see what I'm talking about. But you have to compress it down into an MP4 to load it into the system here. It's just tedious, just tedious. Looks delicious. Mark could also add a bit of hot sauce, spice aioli on top too. Yes, those are all good things. I kind of make them street taco-y with the verde and, but they're delicious. They really are, So a couple of the keys, make your own guac and fresh cilantro, fresh cheese, and toast your tortillas. So before you start cooking anything, heat up your pan a little bit, toast your tortillas on both sides so you release some of the sugars in them, give them a little bit of a crisp and yummy factor in there. It's delicious. I'm sure I put so I made a new breakfast montage video. So we're going to run that real quick, just see what you guys think. Like I said, it just takes, I forgot to do it. I forgot that I had forgot to do it. And it's on my Instagram and on the YouTube page. But for those of you who didn't see it, let's take a peek. So yeah, that was delicious. Logan says, I use a cast iron pan to heat up my tortillas. Add a sprinkle of water to the pan so the tortillas don't dry out. Yes, you can do that as well. I normally just heat them on the heat for about, you heat the pan up and you go 20 to 30 seconds aside. You don't want to burn them. You just want to release a little bit of the sugars, stiffen them up a little bit so they hold together with the fillings. And they're absolutely delicious. That's your cooking tip of the day. Warm up your tortillas. Good morning, BW. How is that new Blanc Pawn treating you? Beautiful watch. And Logan Hall, how's the finger? How is the finger? Don't give me the finger. Well, you can give me the finger if you want, but that's up to you. So today, We'll start here. I'm going to make myself big real quick. In case Buckley is out there listening somewhere in the land or listening later, I heard him make a comment. What did I get on my shirt? Oh, geez. About not wearing, no one better be wearing an orange dress shirt or something to that effect. And I was like, I remember hearing him say that. I'm like, I know somewhere I have a Paul Frederick orange kind of a dress shirt. So I pulled it out to wear the orange dress shirt. It goes well with the creamsicle, obviously. A little orange on orange action. I like it. Hope you guys enjoy the shirt. Paul Frederick, I got a few of his shirts a year or two ago. There's some kind of interesting stuff. But things are slowly getting better, says Logan Hall. Will still be a week or two until it starts looking normal again. Mathis decline my meat slicing's food prepper gig. I wonder why. I wonder if Mathis would be any good as a food prepper. I've only ever seen him really cook a steak, and he wasn't a lot of prep into that. I think it was just some salt and pepper and a grill. So, not sure. Not sure. Normally with Mathis, I see him eating out at events, watch events. What are your guys' thoughts on Mathis declining the meat slicing gig? He doesn't want to be the food prepper. I wonder why. Wonder what happened there. We got seven people watching. Look out. Early in the morning. So I've been starting these. We got 5 upvotes. That means only 3 because 2 of those are me. That's suspect. That is suspect. The link is pinned at the top. There's also a link, and I'll drop that a couple times for if anybody wants to do a PayPal rather than a super chat. Those are always appreciated at this time, but hey, we will find out. Logan Hall says that Mathis calls me every time he cooks a steak. Steak cooking consultations are available at Logan Hall's Grill Streams. First consultation is free. All right, so first consultation, if you are prepping your meat and say you want to season it up and leave it in the fridge overnight, I have 2 questions for you. A, do you believe that adding salt to whatever your rub is will dry out your meat? And B, do you cover or uncover when it's in the fridge? That would be my 2 questions for Logan Hall's Grill Streams for my first free consultation. I hear different opinions on these 2 questions a lot. And the salt one I've always believed, and I don't know why. So I don't add salt if I'm making like a dry rub to sit overnight, unless it's specifically called for. But that being said, when I do my standing rib roasts at Christmas, there's always salt involved in that because that's normally just salt, pepper, and garlic powder. I don't like to take away from the meat very much, but you do want to add a little seasoning, give it a little bit of a back flavor. What do you think there, Logan Hall? Cover or no cover? Salt or no salt? If you're putting a dry rub and letting your meat sit for overnight or 24 hours. Thoughts? We will wait. We eagerly await your answer. Let's see. So I knew he would know. Okay, so salt will draw out moisture where it will pull up on the top, but you must allow it time to reabsorb the moisture. Okay. And a pool on the top. Okay. So you're saying if you salt, it'll dry out some of the moisture, but after you're done, you let it rest. Is that what you mean? or the process is called dry brining. Cool. And he says no cover. See, I always learned it that way too. I see sometimes when they say cover it, and I'm always confused because I'm like, I was always taught no cover, or and that's just kind of the way I've always done it. So yes, that process is dry brining. There's your first. See, you learn things here on the Lucha Mark channel, even things you may not wanted to know. You also learn that tacos for breakfast are delicious, and they're so simple. Literally, you just get some tortillas, heat them up, heat up your chorizo, cook your scrambled eggs, top it off with some. I like salsa verde, cilantro, cheese. Something I didn't. I was suddenly out of onion. I forgot to grab another onion. So I used the last of the onion that I had in the potatoes, and I put so I didn't put fresh onion on top of the tacos this time, like you may normally see when I do them. I'll probably make them again this week because I got a bunch of tortillas and they're delicious and easy and fast. And some guac. I like a little guac on my tacos. So I smear the guac on the one side of the taco. It really kind of helps bind everything together when you're eating it. So you're not making a complete holy mess out of everything. As you can see, the chorizo just starts flopping out of those shells. Logan Hall. Man, I feel like I'm really getting my money's worth out of my free consultation here. Says you should dry brine for a minimum of an hour in the fridge, but overnight is better. I've always learned that like 12 hours minimum in the fridge. So, but yeah, that's always been the way. Everyone I've ever watched or seen has always said the longer the better. I mean, not days, but it just helps. Another tip is to leave your steak out at room temperature for a minimum of 30 minutes, but up to an hour before grilling. If you grill it immediately coming out of the fridge, it will cook unevenly. I have heard this, and I do recommend that you let your meat, not, you don't want it to warm up, but you want it to not be as chilled. Because when it is chilled, it will cook unevenly. And I mean, check out Logan Hall's grill streams. It's the best grilling advice you're going to get. And when you see him cut into, I can make a plate look pretty. He makes the perfect meat. Like every time he's ever shown a picture of something he's cooked, I'm like, it's just like the perfect color, and you can tell it's the perfect temperature, and just the right amount of char. He just really, really, really good stuff. Oh! Sorry, I'm getting an invoice. These are the last two tips were not part of the free consultation. I will send you an invoice your way very soon, Mark. I love it. Yeah. So, but that's very true. I know, like when I do, so we were just talking about the standing rib roast. So that's a big, I normally get a big one for Christmas dinner. There's usually 4 to 6 people, and I want to have leftovers. And it is delicious. It's one of my favorite things, but it's a big, expensive piece of meat. And I will let that sit on the counter for usually like 2 hours because it's a big, big chunk of meat. I'll let that kind of come to a little closer to room temperature before I start. So yeah, lots of good stuff, lots of good information. Support the people that you enjoy. Support the people who you're friends with. I can't stress this to you enough. There's a lot of bad stuff out there, a lot of bad channels, a lot of bad people. But if you like someone, support them. Subscribe to their channel. Hit your notification icon. Send them a super chat or whatever. Do something. Let them know that you enjoy the content. It's hard to create content. I remember doing this every day, a couple summers ago, and for like two straight months every day. It's hard to come up with ideas and content and try and be fairly entertaining. I don't know why anybody listens to this garbage, but Logan's streams, however, are good. There's another channel we need to talk about. Let me pull it. Let me pull it up here real quick so you guys can see what it is I am speaking about before we get into our big time watch talk. Where is? Are they gone? What the heck happened to them? Huh. Let me refresh. Maybe that one. Ah, there it is. Okay, so let's share this tab. There they are. Boom. That's the Kush Club. That's where Curly and them are hanging out now these days. I guess they got struck on the Franchise Club channel and got like a copyright strike or something, demonetized, whatever happened. I know they're trying to pick up some viewing hours. If you enjoy them, please, please, please go and support the channel. I'm going to drop a link for their channel. Here, hold on. Wait, Mouse wants to cooperate. We will get that done. But anybody who's ever watched the snippets and stuff, the clips, and it's an entertaining show. Regardless of which side you're on in the deal, they are entertaining. I have to say, I enjoy their content. Mookie clips are the best. And Curly is, I didn't understand Curly at first, and I thought he was just some sort of hater. I didn't understand circular drama at first, but then once you figure it all out and you listen to him and you get the explanations, you go through it. It's entertaining, worth the watch. So please, like I always say, if there's people that you enjoy, if you're an OC, if you like OC always puts out good content. Yesterday, he's always right on top of stuff. When the Anthony got his the sentencing documents came down, OC was right there for you. So anytime there's something new, that OC is going to make the best stuff going. So he's going to have good and thoughtful, insightful conversation about it. So check him out. Obviously, the Colony channel, please support them. They do good work. And, support the people that entertain you. I firmly believe that. Logan Hall says, when Mookie makes a LHGS clip, I'll know that I have made it in life. I know, right? I'm just happy to be included in the little montage video, even though it's the worst picture of me. But that's all right. Yeah, I'm just happy to have made it to there. And apparently to have won the 2024 Food Plating Award from Curly. Also a good thing. John D's in the chat. Good morning, gents. Good morning, John D. Good to see you. So yeah, but that's my little soapbox about supporting people that if there's content you like, support it. There's so much bad content in the world that yeah. So yeah, we had the breakfast tacos. I thought they came out delicious. One of my favorites. Haven't made them in a while, so. And you don't have to overstuff and overload those things, It's like I scrambled up 2 eggs. So 1 egg per taco, just a little bit of chorizo to give it some flavor, just a smear of fresh guac, a little bit of cheese, a little bit of verde salsa, and some cilantro. I mean, really simple stuff. I'm sure you'll see them again this week since I have some extra tortillas. And we did our duty yesterday. Since I don't have a jarb, I go and try and go once a week and hit the nail. Excuse me. Hit a holy hour. Do my part to help in prayer and to support the parish. One of my favorite things. Very peaceful, relaxing, makes me feel good. You know? Hard to beat. But, so not a ton going on. It's freezing here. I forgot to set up the space heater in my kitchen. I think I told you guys before that part of my kitchen is an addition to this house that was built in 1882. Jeez. But it is not over the basement, so it gets a little cold. We were talking about refrigerators, why I don't have an ice maker set up on my refrigerator, because the lines freeze over there. Well, it got really cold last night. Had little frozen pipes, not too bad. I had this little space heater that I usually remember to put down there when it's going to be super cold, and I forgot. But 5 minutes with that on, it freed it right back up. But when you turn on the faucet, nothing comes out. It's like, oh, really? Is that what's happening right now? Bruce G, we are going to talk about some Zinn. Yes, we started a little bit the other day, and I just like their watches as far as tool watches go. As far as German watchmaking for the average everyday guy goes, as far as like beater watches, Gata watches, that type of thing, I think they do a lot. They do a lot of good. Let's see, John D. See you getting work done in the Spartan. Oh, he's in the Spartan Meathead group. Good. I'm only getting there by shoveling snow. Because that's the other thing that's been going on. It just snows every day. It didn't snow today, but freezing. I mean, like wind chills in the negatives. The feels like near minus 10, 15 degrees. And seriously cold last night. When it gets that cold, even Sherman, the blind double dapple, and the cats don't walk down that side of the kitchen because the floor is super cold. And the sink is kind of right along the line. It's still above the basement, but it's right on the line there, and it just and it's on an outside wall. So every once in a while, if I don't put that space heater under there, when it gets super, super cold like that, I get a little bit of the frozen pipes. And I forgot. I actually really were. The dishwasher's right next to it, to the all the plumbing and stuff for the sink. And I always worry about the lines on that more because they're, the water lines, you warm them up. And as long as you don't let it get too bad, you warm them up real quick and they just start working. The dishwasher can be a little bit of a different problem. So get that all warmed up and running, and supposed to get up back to, I guess, into the low 30s this weekend with some more snow. So please don't tell my cardiologist that I'm shoveling snow. He hates that. My cardiologist, not a fan of the snow shoveling. For me, anyway. For me. But let's see. We did, what was it, Watch Buys. So Watch Buys is the official importer or distribution center for a lot of German brands. So things like Zinn and Hanhart. Hanhart's another one we don't give enough love to, I think. And I think part of that is because sometimes they do those watches on those ugly bunt straps. Link for Mark's cardiologist. Yeah, do not tell him that I am shoveling. He hates the shoveling the snow. The cleaning of the cars when it's at the dealership, the grass cutting and yard work in the heat. Oh, he's not a fan. Not a fan. Excuse me. They don't want to see their good work go flashing down the drain. But for those of you just joining me, because Buckley made some sort of offhand comment about never wearing an orange dress shirt, I decided to pull out my Paul Frederick orange dress shirt just for Buckley. And it matches my creamsicle. Boom. Take that, Buckley. Orange dress shirt in the house. Paul Frederick. He said I got a few shirts from him. You get like different designs and stuff. Normally for dress shirts, like if I'm working like the last job where we wear shirt and ties, I just get nice but not expensive dress shirts to wear there because you're always beating it out of people's trade-ins and stuff, doing appraisals, get all dirty and stuff. I just want something that's wrinkle-free, washable, and quick. But good morning, whole milk. How are you, sir? Are you here to help make Brian's lactose intolerance bad again? I see whole milk. It's always good to see whole milk. But I always think of something. And I haven't seen this person in a long time. And I don't know if he still goes on like Tim's stream or not. And maybe just doesn't hang out with the colony and luchas and stuff. But has anyone seen pan-seared ribeye in a long time? I haven't seen the guy with the pan-seared ribeye name in forever. I don't know. Sometimes people just disappear. But Bruce G, we are going to indeed look at some Zinn watches. The link is pinned at the top for anyone who wants to join. Also near the top, if you scroll out, maybe I'll post it again just in case I'm not. Again, there is no need to donate, but any donations that do come in are going direct to the Hoosmajinger Cobra Fund to pay for the medical. So anything that does come in is appreciated, but it is not necessary. We don't do the show necessarily for money, but some people like to super chat and stuff. Somebody's like, well, you need to set up a PayPal because YouTube's taking your thing, your 30% or whatever it is. What happened to it? I had it. I lost it. Oh, well. Maybe we shouldn't do it. Let's oh, there it is. Now I get it. It's going. It takes forever. It just takes forever to get there. Pan-seared ribeye was acquired by Logan Hall's Girl Streams LA. M&A deal. Got it. Yeah, I just remember seeing that name and I was always like, oh, pan-seared ribeye. Whatever happened to that guy? All right, so there's that. Just in case. And again, this isn't a necessarily a pay channel. So, but if you go over here to watchbuys.com, this is like the American distributor for Zinn. I wish that there were better, easier ways to go about this, but this is where if you want a Zinn watch, a hand heart, looks like something called a Jochen Benzinger. I don't even know what that is. Dornbluth and Son, I've heard of them. Before we get into the Zinn, I want to know what a Jochen Benzinger is. Whatever it is, it's nice looking. It's a limited edition of 50 pieces. It's kind of got some Breguet vibes going on there. Um, 2-year warranty, sapphire crystal, $14,290. Damn. Let's see the case back. Oh, it's pretty. Case back's pretty. Yep, definitely good looking case back on that sucker. And the watch is nice too. I don't know if it's anything I really want to buy, but let's. Oh, he does Kadoki as well. If you want a Kadoki watch, you can get one of those. So it looks like Zinn, Hanhart, Benzinger, Dornbluth, and Kadoki. Very cool. But we're interested in Zinn. They are, of course, the official North American distributor for Zinn watches. Felonious Monk says, so hard to get hands on with Zinns in New Jersey. I wish they would expand their distribution network, states that. I do too, because I would like to see one, feel one, touch one. A lot of times, you'll find somebody that sells something, go look at it, and you maybe want to buy it online or get one used or something, but you have no idea what the watch is like. Or you might just go buy one because like these Zinns seem to be a pretty good value even at their price point. Whole Milk reminds us that Jochen Benzinger is a guilloche expert. That particular model was made in collaboration with Habring 2. Huh. Very cool. Gap 1 is German-Austrian partnership. As an American, I get nervous when the Germans and Austrians team together. Hey, if you yes, he won Father Artifact's in the chat. Father Artifact, how are you, sir? Always one of my favorite 2 artifacts. He says, hey Lucha, escaping this Arctic weather to Florida today. Good for you, because it's freaking cold here in Pittsburgh. I can't imagine what it's like in Canada right now. Like I said, frozen pipes, snow. I'm actually getting in shape despite my best intentions by shoveling snow. Don't tell my cardiologist. I think I've told you before. I live on the corner. Minus 28. Oh man, that would be brutal. That would be brutal. I know, like it was minus in the teens, like what they call the feels like with like the wind chill and stuff here. And that was cold. When I went to church last night, so I went at 6:30 mass before the holy hour, and so I just went over for mass at 6:30. They just do a quickie half-hour mass beforehand. So I went over for mass and that, but it's when I came out of church, it's around 8 o'clock, and it is so brutally cold. Like it's that type of cold, just a light breeze coming through. When you breathe, like it just like chills you from the inside out almost. It's terrible. So yes, go to Florida, warm up, go see Mathis, go take a dip in the Gulf of America. It may be trouble. Go easy on the tariffs on the warm weather we need to buy. Yes. And everybody, in case you missed it, you said I said it I typed it in the OC's chat, and he must not have heard that Trump said it. So it's MLK Jr. Day. It's Inauguration Day. And then he also proclaimed it to be Liberation Day. He says, Happy Liberation Day. Like, oh, there you go. Oh, man. Yes, Mathis has has a warm hot tub waiting for you. Warm those bones right up there, Father Artifact. It's brutal out there. It's just brutal. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Everybody we love to see. So, is there any Zinns that before we just start going through some of the stuff, some of the people that might be familiar with the brand? I think the icon of the Zinn line for most people, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think it's the 556, the field watch, or the 104. The 104 is a very popular watch. as well. But I would think it's the 556. Anybody else have any thoughts on such things? Because I think this lineup. All right, so this lineup starts with a very basic looking field watch. 12369, dated 430, very hard, just tucked in there, $1,700. What, 1760? Yeah. So it's temporarily sold out on the bracelet. But it's one of the watches you always think of with In, and they do a number of different dials. Thelonious Monk, yes. So I believe it's No Endless Time that lives in Germany near the factory that has that dark mother of pearl version of this watch that is beautiful. Now, obviously, these are 38.5, so they're not my favorites because of the size, but I get they look good. They actually look good. And actually, this one with the red hand, I always liked a little better. It's that little pop of color. Just make it a little bit different. I love those Flieger hands on that one, on that watch. You can do sunburst blue. Here's your black mother of pearl now. This watch is photographs gorgeously. And just a really striking piece for, $2,000. Where are you going for $2,000 on that watch? I mean, but it's a field watch. It's not trying. The mother of pearl's a little fancy, but in general, Sinn watches are just sort of tough tool watches. I know they make some more expensive pieces and stuff too, but what they're really known for, kind of daily drivers, tough watches, tool watches, that type of thing. And I always sometimes think to myself, wouldn't that just be a great watch to have, a great beater watch to have? I don't need it. I like it. It's German. The automatic has a K on the end. Sinn or Sinn is a cool name. Just one of the big problems with a lot of these smaller watch companies. Some of them just have terrible names or terrible logos. I could deal with just the Sinn logo. I know they've made some improvements as far as the adjustability of their bracelets. I have definitely heard that to be a thing, which is a good deal, I think, anyway. But that being said, what do you guys think? Again, the link is pinned. The pin is linked at the top. If anybody wants to join the panel and in my one-sided discussion. Teddy Bottlestar says the white 104 is the only watch he sold. Oh, yeah. Now, did he sell that, or is that the one that he gave to his brother-in-law or somebody who's a pilot? I remember the story. I remember him saying that. And I know he said that that's a real watch. So, Rolf, hello. How are you, sir? How are things with you? Good to see you. Missed you last week. I don't think I saw you on Sunday. So good to see you back. Thanks for stopping by. My Sinn collection is down to 3. The EZM2 Neo Vintage, EZM 1.1, limited to 500, and a 903 Navi timer. So, yeah, they had the, excuse me, they had the right, they bought the rights off of Breitling to the Navi timer for a while. And I know that No Endless Time has one of those. And it fooled me. I remember he was in the chat and he was like, "Oh, you can pull up my Instagram." We were looking at a couple things. And I said, "Oh, you got a Navi timer?" He's like, "No." No, I know. And we'll get to looking at some of those EZM models and stuff as well. You're right. He gave, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one he gave to his is it brother-in-law or somebody a relative that's a pilot. He just seemed to think it was a good idea for him. But the 556, For most people, at 38.5 is a great watch. 20 millimeter lug, so it's it's you can do different straps. 45.5 lug to lug, so it's not going to be a super long watch across the wrist, and just classic, just a very very classic dial, classy, and you get in a number of different colors and different second hands. And this one sold out. We looked at this one the other day. I thought this was really cool. This is a limited 200 piece limited edition. But look at that thing. That kind of orange fume sunburst dial. That's a beautiful watch. And that one has an exhibition back. Okay, Loom. Felita movements. I mean, they're just hard to beat. But the 103 doesn't get a lot of love. We're going to do the kind of traditional 104 first, because that is a popular watch. So the 104 is a pilot watch, traditionally 3-hand, day date. Let's see, is in OTF micro adjust, looks a bit unrefined considering the price point of the bracelets. So we will take a look at that. This month. I do not own one, but I've always wanted to see one first, to try one on. And there's really only this company in the States, and it looks like it's pretty much just online. So it's been a difficult thing to kind of wrap my head around or my hands on. So, but the traditional 104, strange hands, arrow second hand, day date, rotating bezel. This one, it's so traditional, it's sold out. $2,000, good price point. 200 meters water resistance. Not a huge watch. It's 41, but it's only 46.5 lug to lug. So not a big chunky watch. And you can get that in different dial iterations. I know the white was the one that Teddy had. I believe, I want to say Johnson EDC had this one, and it was we talked about watch regrets once. He said he missed it. He'd moved on from it. He'd picked up his 300M and his sub, and he got it maybe something else, but he had moved on from this watch and a couple of watches, but this was one that he kind of missed having in his collection. It's just a classic watch. Like I said, 3-hander, day date, beautiful design, nothing out of the ordinary. Looks like a wristwatch, acts like a wristwatch, feels like a wristwatch. Hard to beat. This would be the Teddy. I imagine Teddy's was probably on some sort of strap. He seems like a strap guy. Boom. And white and black. Now that one, I would love to see just a hint of red. Maybe a red point on the second hands or something. Just something to give it just a teeny bit of pop. Yes, Ruff, they are indeed German. Sinn is a German watchmaker. But I love Sinn watches. Every time I see them, I'm like, why is it good looking? They're just something about them. And they're not. Oh, look, this one has a little pop of red on it. It's a red second hand. There you go. I can get behind that. Black one, they do it in white as well. That one has the exhibition case back. Not much to look at. I mean, it's a Salida. It's not really refined or finished. Not great. That's the SW220-1. Then here's the white with the red, which I think is the way to go. Sometimes on a white dial, just that little pop of red just makes it stand out, makes it different, makes it special, if you will. It's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Again, open case back. These ones coming in 2330. It's probably because of the open case back and probably not for the red second hand. And then there's a 104 STSA Lowen Frankfurt limited edition. Wow. Is that a soccer team? Looks like some sort of team logo. I don't know. I am not up on my European football teams. Sorry. Sorry about that. But I do my best. Excuse me. Oh, it's an ice hockey team. Thank you, Old Mill. Even better. I do love ice hockey. As demonstrated by the fact that, I have a hockey helmet over my shoulder. A goalie mask, if you will, with a lucha sticker on the bottom. Because, do you know why I have it? I played hockey all my life. One of the three looks fabulous. Yes, we're going to go look at that here in a second. They're rough. But first, let's see. Is that old guy goalie? There's some old guy goalie. Up until the heart valve surgery, I was still playing inline hockey goalie. It was I called it the kids because they were in their 20s and 30s. They needed a goalie. So I said, why not? But here's the cool thing. Where we were playing inline hockey, we would play year round. But this ball thing behind me, that's the Nike site. That's actually where my father served in the United States Air Force back in the day. Back when there were these big radar stations around Pittsburgh and missiles. Pittsburgh was a very we have to save it, keep it safe area because it was the steel capital of the world. That's where we made all the metal back in the day. Ralph C says goalies are the best. Yes, we are. We're the kookiest anyway. Couple cool things. Well, I could always catch anything. I had a really fast glove hand, and I played third base in baseball. In my growing up in Massachusetts, my best friend's dad was the youth hockey coach, and he just he would freeze up part of his yard every year. And we were literally, me and his son were just messing around out there. And he came out one day and said, he just threw he didn't even have a goalie mitt. He just threw a hockey glove or a baseball glove on my left hand and started firing pucks at me. And just not to get killed, I had to catch this shit, because I didn't have any pads on. We were just messing around on the ice with hockey sticks and pucks, just kind of skating around doing nothing. And that was my introduction into being a goalie at 6 years old. I just sort of played nothing, just beer league pickup, intramural, through the years, and a little bit of club hockey. But I want to say that was 4 years ago when that picture that's on the screen was taken. Excuse me. So I was playing for a long time until the heart surgery. And I actually still wanted to play after the heart surgery. My cardio, that was a distinct. He's like, you can't have those pucks bouncing off your chest. even with the pads. My heart warranty wouldn't cover that. And Roth was a goalie in soccer when he was. I did that too. Intramurals at Penn State because people don't like to do it. Intramurals in high school too. We didn't have a high school team back then, but we would do some. We would do intramural indoor hockey on the basketball court, so it was condensed and a lot of banging around and stuff. But good times, good times. Yes, the Lucha has the cat-like reflexes. It's true. It's true. But everybody should be a goalie. As goal picture. Boom, boom. There's my other mask. My Bauer. Again with a luchador sticker on it. There I am making the saves. Making the saves. But let's get back to the Zins. It's a rough one to see. The 103. So these are chronographs. Let's find one we like here. Very busy chronograph. Some of these. So some of these are a little plainer, but a lot of them have the day date function, so they're more like the IWC setup. Here, we'll just pull this one up. The way the registers are set up. Oh, that one's just a date. All right. That one's just the date. I didn't even pull up what I was talking about. What is wrong with me? This is why I need a co-host. Here we go. Here's the date setup. It gets a little busy. There is an awful lot going on, but it's legible. You can still read the time, but there is an awful lot going on there. On something like that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Thoughts, comments on the 103 chronograph? Oh, that one does have the new quick adjust buckle. There's an automatic chronograph. It's cool. My whiny cat is back. See if they do anything. So this one is different. This one is more of a traditional 3-register chronograph. And no date. Little spots of red on there. Yes, a 30. Well, hold on, guys. Let me let the cat in, or she drives us insane. Hold on. Come on. Well, you're in. You got in all by yourself. Oh, Shadow Girl. You're so silly. Like I said, that poor girl, she got so needy post Rebel and TC. He's just really, really become a big needy, needs to be around. Anthony's back. Good to see Anthony. That reverse panda is sharp. That's a good looking piece. Of these 103s, that's probably my favorite. I gotta say, whole milk. Speaking of cat-like reflexes, yes, cat-like whining. Goldfinger says, "How did the meeting go? The meetings are good. So the problem with the meetings, the thing is, there isn't a position yet. Yeah, this is something they were looking at in the future, but because they found out that I was available, they may up their site. So they're going to the NADA conference this week, and I believe they have their 20 group meetings before they make any kind of a decision or what they're going to do. So I'm holding out hope. If you're a positive vibe person, a good thought person, or a prayerful person, please include the Lucha. We're trying to see what we can do to get back back quicker than what I had anticipated into work. I'm a big Zen fan, says BW. I own two. Which two do you own? And I would imagine that you own Zen because you have a cool watch collection. And I've probably seen them and just forgot. There's so many. One of the problems with doing this is you see so many people and so many people's watches. We talk about so many watches that sometimes you kind of forget what everyone has. You know, like the big pieces, but a lot of the ancillary pieces you may not know. So this watch is 41 millimeters with a 47.5 lug to lug. So it is a little bit bigger, but still not big. 47.5 lug to lug is not big. That'll fit. You can go 5 3/4 inches, I would imagine, with something like that. Let's see. That is a Salida 510M. D3 integrated crown. It is 200 meters water resistance. It has sparse lume, but it's not a dive watch, so I don't know that lume is necessarily the biggest deal on something like that. I like that watch. All right, so I'm going to move that into my favorite so far that we've looked at in the Zen. What everybody else thinks. Don't worry, it'll happen. Thanks, Goldfinger. I appreciate it. I do. Just getting by right now. Just trying to tread water, get by, move forward until it's time. Until it's time, like I said, until it's time, I will get. It's an 856 and a 156, a really unusual one. Sent me a picture. Very cool. That's why. One of the things to remember is that you can send pictures to me at luchabetic@gmail.com. I remember this. Hold on. That's right. This is the Bell and Ross by Zen. BW says they're not huge watches. Yes, we've looked at this before, BW. I forgot about this thing. Yeah, that's really cool. It's co-branded. What a cool piece. I'll tell you, it's kind of a cool piece in general just because of the co-branding. It's a good looking watch, but one of the things that I love those kind of, I don't even know what you call that for, the way that four is printed in that kind of different font. It's just really, 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 really cool. But that's super cool. I forgot about that one, BW. Yeah, the Bell and Ross by Zen. Good morning, George Voorhees. How are you, sir? That's nasty cool. I like it. Nice. All right, so we looked at some 104s. So what is a 104 Matte RS limited edition? Oh, that's that one we were looking at with the red. Okay, so they put it on both things. That's the three-hander day date with the red. So the 105 looks like a GMT, maybe. Maybe you can get both. No. Matte finished, tegimented bezels. So you're not going to scratch this thing. So this one is not a GMT. I am not crazy. Market Long Island Watch did a watch like this. I've seen some other people. I'm not crazy about the day down like that. That's just aesthetically doesn't work for me. It may work. Who knows? Here's the so on the GMT it doesn't have that. So your universal time coordinated just has a 6 o'clock date. That GMT hand is big and orange. Yeah, so that's the 105s. George Voorhees in the house. We love to see him. What a collection. Showed off his Richard Mill the other day. My favorite, I said, he's shown so many really cool watches on the streams, but my personal favorite is the new de Bethune. I just, every time he would show that watch, I just said, wow. That's a wow watch to me. Even I like that one even better than the Stradivarius. But yeah, that was definitely a wow piece. But when you're talking about Zinn, they do a lot of that tegimented steel as well. You don't get a lot of scratches and stuff. These 140s, I believe these are the ones that always kind of remind me of the Porsche design watches. Yes. Somebody was in the chat the other day, said they had one of these. Yeah, it's just the way it looks. It just kind of reminds me of those old Porsche design chronographs. But very cool. But again, they do a lot of interesting stuff. This watch is 5,300. That's the most expensive one we looked at so far, I think. Um, 45.90. Here's one. I don't know exactly what makes these different. This is a date chronograph at 3,400. This one's temporarily sold out. But you have to watch watchbuys.com to find these dang things. But that's the 140 collection. No, we did was it an 836 that he said he had? Hold on, 856. 836, 856, 857. So this 836, I almost bought one of these once. It's like a 556. It's a very plain watch, but it's a 43 mil, 50 lug to lug basically. But I love the hands on that watch. Guys know I like a plain simple 3-hander. I just, $2,300. I think it was on Chrono. I was looking at that thing, trying to make a deal on it. We just couldn't come together with the guy on a deal. I like that better than the 12369 on these, which normally 12369 is something I like. I hate the bunt strap, but I love the dial on this watch. What are you gonna do? Buy a different strap. You get $2,200 for that watch. I'm not saying that 2,200 isn't expensive. It's just in the realm of things that we look at, and sometimes we look at. Some of these have the rotating bezel. A lot of these watches we look at, are expensive. This one's 3240. It's a GMT with the rotating bezel on the bracelet. Temporarily sold out. Find a lot of that on this site. But a lot of times, we look at a lot of really expensive watches. We do a lot of we do a lot of the lamenting of wearing the watches for safety and stuff. This would be a great beater watch, great travel watch. I think you could do a lot worse than a Zinn as a travel piece. We got 20 people watching, 13 up votes. That means 11. So please, if you haven't hit the like button, do so. We do appreciate it. These weekday shows, we like to get 20, 30 up votes. Makes me feel like you like coming over. You appreciate what I'm doing. So that's the 836, 856 model range. We did the 556, which is kind of the standard. This is a good looking watch. Pull one up here. What the difference is between these two? Oh, sapphire versus acrylic crystal. Look at that. The Flieger Classic, the Zen 356. That one's on the H-Link bracelet. 3660. Beautiful fume dial. Gives a little 556G vibes a little bit. The way that dial's set up. 38 and a half. 46 lug to lug. John D, that's right up your alley. Going to do a Panda version. These are the dual registers, but there's some 3 registers down here too with the day. So it looks like when you get into these different lines, there are a lot of options in here as well. This gray one's good looking. Boom. The Zinnflieger, that's a 358. I guess that's what they call it when you get the three register chronograph with the date, the 358s versus the I don't know. Some of these are 356s as well. Who knows? Who really knows? This is a good looking one too. On a strap. Whoa. Look at that. That's a beautiful dial. The blue, just a couple little hints of yellow. This is the Commerce Bank edition. All right, I got some nice presentation box it comes with, extra strap and a tool and a loop. Again, their loom isn't the greatest, but they're, look at that dial. The syringe hands are cool. The little yellow, little pops of yellow on the 3 hands is cool. The day, the style. I mean, it's a beautiful piece for the money. Limited edition 100 pieces. That was actually in stock. Nice. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is sold out when you go look at it. George says, that looks better than the IWC Chrono. Oh, George. All right, call the cardiologist. George is killing me. Just killing me. And George says, it is so much better than IWC. Very cool. George, what are you doing to me? All right, so what is a 900 then? I mean, so like a 903, this kind of has a Navi timer vibe. So this must be the the new release of the versions that they made when they took the Navi timer deal from Breitling back in the day. Even the bracelet, that really looks like a Navi timer. That actually has better loom than some of their regular watches. It's got block loom for the 12 and the indices. Who doesn't love a good block loom? Again, I'm not sure why this one's a little bit more finished than some of the plainer we've seen, but what are you gonna do? Speaking of a little more finished, George.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning.
What's happening, sir? Did we pick one game right over the weekend?
Nuts. Nuts. I never knew Mark Andrews was a double agent for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh man!
What
what's funny, George? Before that play, all I could think of, there was the same thing in a Steeler game a couple years ago where they needed a 2-point conversion to either tie or win the game. And it was the same play, although he just missed the ball instead of it just bouncing on. But so when they're lining up, I'm like, oh, watch this. They're going to go to that Andrews play at the pylon. And sure enough, they did. And sure enough, it didn't work that time either.
You know, I was rooting hard for the Ravens because I just can't stand the Bills.
You're
Can't
not a
stand the
fan of
fans. No. And I was like thinking to myself, my God, 2 consecutive plays. One, they were driving and he fumbles the ball, and then all of a sudden, all you had to do was just catch and then just fall back into the end zone. And Mark, hands of stone Andrews can't hold on to the ball. Can you? It's sickening. It's got to be sickening. I think the only thing that could be worse than that is if a field goal kicker misses a point after for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Jeez, can you believe it?
I was shocked. I wasn't shocked because I've seen the play before. So, like I said, like 3 years ago, the exact same scenario and exact same play, basically. That one, Lamar threw it a little bit outside, but he still should have, I don't know. Either play, I don't know that he ran a good route because both those passes were a hair off, and it makes me think that maybe he didn't run the route the way that it was.
I don't care. What I saw was the ball was passed perfectly right into the breadbasket. If you're a professional football player and you can't catch that, then you don't deserve to play football. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was bad.
That was just, there's no excuse for that.
No.
And then fumbling the ball on a drive on the fourth quarter with what was it, like 4 minutes or 5 minutes left in the game? Inexcusable.
Punch it out. He's just out in the middle. I mean, he's going to pick up another 5 yards if he gets away from that tackle. But again, part of what happens in these playoff games, Super Bowl scenarios and stuff is sometimes people just try to do too much.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Because I was on that bad snap, and then he's trying to move around, and he literally put the ball on the ground.
And the sad thing about it was the fact that these guys, when they catch the ball in the fourth quarter, cover the ball up, cover it up and protect the ball. And you saw the Rams game, and you saw Kyron Williams cough it up, and then you saw Stafford cough it up and gave up like 6 points, and guess what? That cost him the game.
Yeah,
cost him the game. So, you just cannot cough up the ball in the fourth quarter or ever in a playoff game and expect to win. Look at the Lions. That was pathetic.
Oh, geez. Yeah, there was some bad football this weekend.
Yeah. Saturday's games were not good. The Sunday's games were real good.
They were good games, but they were bad plays. Just
we'll see.
Even if they hit that 2-point conversion, then the Bills still have a minute and a half to get into field goal range. So it's not a good win the game.
But you know what, though, Mark? You know what it is? But I'll tell you, you know what it is, though? If the Ravens would have tied that game, and my son and I were having this conversation, you would have just felt choke city for the Bills. You know what I'm saying? You would have just felt the buttocks getting a little bit more tighter.
Oh, squeezing of the buttocks.
Exactly. And you would have just felt a little bit more of the coughing and the choking sounds coming out of Buffalo, because here we go again, Oh, well.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What do you do? But it's just, then you watch that officiating in the Kansas City game, and it was sickening. Absolutely detestable.
It was bad. I don't know that cost them the game, but it was bad.
Oh man, oh man. I just wish you could throw a flag on some of these penalty calls and challenge it, you know?
Yeah, well, apparently New York looked at the first one
Mm.
and determined that it was because a flag was thrown, there was enough contact that they determined that one could stick. I don't know about the second one, but yeah.
Now, John D is a man of class, refinement, and taste. The only problem is he likes the Bills.
See, and
Everybody has a character flaw these days.
what's my character
You
flaw,
know,
George?
well, it's those IWCs you won.
It's the IWC, the love
Yeah.
the IWC Flieger watch. So you're saying
Oh
Zinn
God.
would be a better choice?
Oh God. You know what though? I would tell you this: the one that you were showing just a little while back looks so much like your IWC,
Oh yeah,
the Chrono, and it. And I'm assuming Sin has all in-house movements too, right?
no,
On
they're
these.
Salitas. They're used Salitas.
Oh, okay, they do. Okay,
Yeah.
but even still, I think for the value, I think you can't go wrong. And I'm actually, as soon as you were showing this, I was just gonna, after I'm done with you, I'm gonna go look on their website and see
Yeah.
if I can find something in a 40 to 42 millimeter size
Hmm.
and check it out because I think the value proposition on these Zen watches are pretty nice.
It's actually pretty good. And there's an awful lot of them, a lot of different ones, like different popular ones.
Hmm.
I know these U series and the EZMs, people like them.
Yeah. It was weird because yesterday I was at the office and I was working and I was kind of going in between watching the inauguration and
Hmm.
I was kind of surprised at all the like even like our local news channels all had it live. Everything was even the radio stations were like blaring, like when Trump was taking the oath of office, it was on.
Yeah.
It was interesting. I never seen that before.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like that. So I have you may not remember this, but I have a history degree. So I look at all
Hmm.
this from like a historical perspective.
Oh yeah.
When he's up there and he's talking Panama Canal, Manifest Destiny,
Hmm. Yeah.
McKinley,
Yeah. Yeah.
all those things struck chords
Yeah.
with me.
I was listening to it, and because it's over my music. I have music blaring in my office, and you could
Yeah,
hear him take the oath, and and it was pretty interesting because it's we don't have anything like the monarchy or anything like that,
right.
like when a queen or a king. This was about as close to it as we
Yeah,
get to one,
the
in
pomp,
terms of the pomp and circumstance, right?
little pageantry, little.
Yeah.
Think of Melania's hat. Got in the way of the
Hmm.
kiss. He couldn't make the kiss. The brim of the hat was too
Oh
big.
yeah. Well, I don't know which one was more interesting, her hat or Bezos's girlfriend's dress.
Yeah, that was interesting too. Yeah,
Oh my god,
that was.
this lady has no shame. You know,
No, everyone's all
she's
like, you know,
no class. And there's this photo of Zuckerberg, and he's standing next or sitting next to her, and he's looking right at
well,
her. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh yeah, that
yeah, no hand.
Logan had it. Yeah, no hand on the
I
Bible.
think
I
so.
think
Here's what happened.
Jefferson didn't do it either. There was a few presidents that haven't
Yeah.
done that.
Well, I don't think it was on purpose.
Hmm.
So Roberts, before Melania stood up and came over, if you're watching, Robert starts the oath before she walked up with the two Bibles because she
Mm.
had for him, and I think I don't care who you are. You're taking the oath to become the president of the United States. There's all those people watching. If you're not a tad bit nervous,
Yeah,
you're not human. And
yeah,
I think that I think that because Robert started the oath before he really before he was ready, because it looked like he started quicker than what was
yeah.
going to happen. So
You know, there was the one thing I liked was that benediction by the pastor from Detroit. Did you see that? I was listening. I
Yeah.
wasn't. I was only able to listen to it. I didn't see it, but
Okay.
one of my friends uh, forwarded the benediction.
Yeah.
That was amazing,
Yeah.
amazing benediction. You know,
Yeah,
but
great.
interesting times. Hey, by the way, did I tell you I have a huge man crush on someone?
No.
It's on your U.S. Senator John Fetterman.
John Fetterman,
I've
Pittsburgh
got,
native.
I've got a huge man crush on that guy. I think he is. My wife and I talk about Fetterman, and she always says after he had a stroke, he's kind of a different person.
So it's funny. He was like that before. So he was the mayor of Braddock, which is
Hmm. Hmm.
a
Hmm.
Pittsburgh, yeah, suburb of Pittsburgh, kind of more inner city. Yeah, he did a lot of good things there, but he
Yeah.
was kind of always like that. Now he will dress up every once in a while. I know, like when I think it was BB was over from Israel, he put a suit on.
Hmm.
Occasionally you'll find him in a suit, but normally
The
it's
hoodie.
the shorts, the flip flops.
Yeah. He seems like an interesting cat.
He is, he's not always my favorite, but
Mm.
he's a little more bipartisan than most Dems, so I
Hmm.
appreciate that, and I like that he's a little more cogent. Right
Hmm.
after the stroke, I was like, "Is this guy ever going to be able to really do his job?" Because he sounded terrible and
Yeah.
he slurring and it just didn't look good.
Right. Is he
Lately, when
pretty popular? Is he pretty popular in
he's
Pennsylvania?
kind of popular around, yeah,
Yeah.
because he's
He's like,
different.
who he reminds me a lot of is like McCain. They're both like mavericks. They kind of do their own thing.
Yeah,
And,
he's
you
he's
know,
very, very, very different guy, but he's not bad. I like I said, he's been in the news and around here for years.
right.
It's the last few years he's been on the national scene, but I'm happy that he's recovered because
Yeah.
while there I wasn't sure.
Mm.
You know, Whole Milk says the pastor from Detroit immediately launched a meme coin afterwards.
Hey,
Well, there you go.
more more power to him.
Bezos brought his side piece turned fiance, knowing that Donald likes slave rights. Who can blame him?
uh,
I tell you
but
who I think. I mean, who I always thought was stunningly beautiful was, and some of it's just because when you hear her talk, she's smart and
mhm.
everything. But it's Laura Trump. I can't
Mm.
remember. It's not Donald's wife or
It's
daughter. It's the other one.
it's the other one, Eric.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, her wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought she was it just presents herself well, and
Yeah.
you
She's
know,
a very bright woman, actually.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, you can say whatever you want about Trump in general. Character flaws, whatever, but he raised his kids really well.
yeah,
They're all intelligent, they're well educated, they don't smoke, they don't do drugs. That's his mantra, right?
right.
And
Brother.
they've turned out well. They've all turned out well.
Yeah, that was because of his brother.
Hmm. And I remember I was watching when I got home. I was watching one of the no, the luncheon with
Yeah.
Congress, right? They were serving like champagne and stuff, and Trump got a Diet Coke.
Yep.
I thought that was pretty interesting. Yeah.
Says Hunter Biden, a good kid and a great artist. Well, there you
Some
go.
might say some might say a better artist.
Yes. Have you
Ranks
seen?
right up there. Right, he ranks right up there with Picasso's because some of those were valued at millions and millions of dollars, from what I heard.
Yeah, I have not seen
Yeah,
his art.
yeah. And if you believe that, then well, yeah.
Well, I think the country wanted change, and we'll see what happens. But
Exactly.
you know, you can look at his speech and the things and the platform and take sides with a lot of stuff. But I think closing the border, declaring that a state of emergency at the southern border is a good thing. Going after the cartels. Now, that's where you get on a little slippery slope, though, because when you declare that the cartels are, terrorist organizations, intent on hurting Americans, which they are, but realistically, especially when you combine that with the Manifest Destiny talk, America First talk, the Golden Age, harkening back to Teddy Roosevelt, McKinley, that really becomes a justification to invade Mexico.
I would. Here's what. I don't think Trump wants foreign entanglements.
No.
He's not into that kind of stuff. Is from all things. Because in his first 4 years, I don't think he ever got into foreign entanglements. So I think he's using this more of like a poker game. You know what I'm saying, Mark?
I hope so. That's my hope. But it does leave that. It leaves that open. That's what's scary.
Well, we shall
it like when he was talking about the Panama Canal, and he's, at first he's like, we built it, we did, we thought of it, we built it, we paid for it, we want it back, and then he pivoted off of Panama to China. We didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. I was like, whoa.
Well, guess what? The vice president of China was in the audience.
So that was interesting to hear. You know?
But the interesting thing is the first time when he became president, there was rioting and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing now, because he made it pretty clear what he's going to do, and people voted for it.
Right. Well, not only that, he won the popular vote.
Yeah.
So when you win the popular, you can't hang your hat on it's this electoral college win, which is what she was going for, because it was obvious she wasn't going to win the popular vote, and they were.
But let's be honest, Mark. The way so he knew he wasn't going to win California, but he went to California to get as many votes as he can, right? That's what the game plan was. And in reality, no Republican president has gone to California post George H.W. Bush,
right,
for votes, other than Trump, because it's a lost cause, right? The left cause is
although if you look at the map and you look at the counties that went Republican this time by. I mean, he did same thing in New York and New Jersey. I mean, he did much better in those places than any Republican in a long time.
Well, he's been to because he went to those counties, right? He went to those states, right? So, but the reality of the situation is, if he had gone more times to those states, you never know. He could have potentially flipped New Jersey, right?
Right.
Because it was pretty damn close. And Illinois, the whole thing was pretty close as well.
Yeah. Whole Milk says there's a whole debate on the Electoral College. That's why I said don't make them campaign everywhere. Yeah, there's a huge divide and debate on that. I don't know what the answer is.
It's hard. I see
you're never going to pass a constitutional amendment that makes people in the farmland feel like they don't count, which is what doing away with the Electoral College would do.
Right.
You're not going to make them campaign everywhere. They're not, what's going to happen is you're north of South Dakotas, Iowas, Wyomings, Idaho, no one's going there at that point. You know what I mean? So
especially in November, December.
Yeah.
to campaign, so it ain't gonna work. But the reality is he won all the seven contested states, the swing states, and it was pretty much over. So
Yeah. But it's hard when you were saying, the reason I brought up the popular vote is you were saying about the protests, they had nothing really to hang their hats on
no,
except just not being happy. So, that kind of win just made it boom. John D says, just revisit the idea of presidential pardons. It's unambiguous corruption. When you pardon your son, abusing your power for your family benefit is a disgrace. My big issue with the Hunter Biden pardons was that he campaigned before he pulled out. One of his commitments was, I'm better than Trump. I won't even pardon my own son.
yeah.
Then
Well,
he went and pardoned his son.
the other thing was there was an interview that he gave to CNN in which they asked him about pardoning people before they committed crimes, and he said he was dead against it. And guess what he does? Because he was talking about Trump pardoning, like his family members and stuff, even though they've never been committed of crimes, right? So
yeah, it's just it is what it is.
well, the issue with this comment is the fact that then I really don't want California and New York representing the Midwest either. So
Yeah.
and all the
So
California and New York with all their
it's
representatives to
for
make rules for Iowa, Nebraska. So that's a dumbass idea.
It's a setup for equal representation in the Senate. You can and population based representation in the House.
Yeah.
But the problem isn't with the Senate and the House the way those are set up. The problem is with if you take away the Electoral College, there are large parts of this country that will feel unrepresented by the president, which regardless of party. Hunter Biden has a great watch collection. Now he can wear them without worrying about what will happen to them when he goes to jail. Yes, very true.
And just keep in mind, back in just a few years back, Tom Daschle came out of North Dakota, right?
Yeah.
Bob Kerrey came out of Nebraska, and there was, multiple Democratic senators from. There was a Tester from Montana.
Yeah.
So many Democrats; those states had Democratic senators. So, maybe the Democratic Party should appeal to the ones in the Midwest more and win elections, and maybe the Republicans should appeal more to the California, Oregon, Washington voters, right?
Exactly. Find some middle. Find some centrist ground that everyone can agree on.
Exactly.
John D says Biden equals hypocrite, polluted the criminal justice system by pardoning his son. Not a benevolent act in a victimless criminal matter. Corruption personified. Yeah. It's the presidential pardon is a weird thing.
The interesting thing that I was watching yesterday is that Trump. I don't want to we don't want to talk politics, but since we're on this path,
we're there.
And since it enrages some of your chat, it's always good. But you look at yesterday, and he signed the commutations and everything else for the January 6th rioters, right? So I don't know if you saw this or not, but there was a New York Times article that came out about the sentences of those people. If you were trespassing, you got 4 years in prison.
Right.
Versus murder in the city of New York, maybe 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It's just nuts.
Yeah, just saying.
It's crazy. I know. I don't get it. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's, you know, presidential pardons are what they are. There's really nothing you can do about
Hmm.
them. Um,
Do you
it's
remember the whole Mark Rich
oh
presidential pardon
God,
from Clinton?
yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. You know,
Mhm.
his wife donated like tons of money to the Clinton Foundation or to his presidential library, and in return, he got a pardon. You know,
Boy, that Hillary is just, she's a miserable.
I, I, but you have to give her, you have to give her at least some credit. At least she walked with Bill into the rotunda. You
Oh
know.
yeah, hey man, but she just looked miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she was the original election denier, saying that she didn't
Hmm.
lose, Russian interference and collusion and this and that. She went on that tour for a year,
Oh
screaming
yeah.
stuff.
Right.
Um,
And then was probably the chief architect of the whole impeachment hearings.
oh yeah,
It's yeah, it's unbelievable.
it's true. But change is coming. What do you think of this watch, George? This is the Zinn U2.
Um, Next,
Next, he says he's not a fan. You wouldn't
let's
like it.
move on. Move on.
It's a 44. So those U series
Oh,
watch a little
that's
bit.
your size.
I know, right? Um, let's get off of those. Let's go back and look at some of these chronos. I see. I thought these um, bicompax chronos were beautiful.
Yeah,
I thought that was just a really
yeah,
classic look, just a beautiful watch.
yep.
Um,
I I agree. And this, what size is this?
this is a 38 and a half.
Ooh, nice. How much is the price?
On the strap, 27.80. On the bracelet, looks
Yeah,
like,
on the bracelet.
okay. So that was the strap with the hezolite. This is the sapphire,
Hmm.
660,
How much is it on the bracelet?
3660 with it
That's
with
not.
the sapphire crystal, 3070 with the
Hey,
hezolite with
that's
the
not too bad.
no,
Oh,
it's really not bad at all. And then
yeah.
these, you said these look awful lot like the IWC.
Don't they?
Yeah,
They, yeah, that one looks so much like a reiteration of one of the IWC chronographs, like the Mojave or
yeah.
all these different variations that they have.
John D. Getting back to our politics, says the
Oh, there
president
you go.
really unregulated discretion with regard to pardons, but a family member to be pardoned is a declaration of personal ethics or lack thereof. Yeah.
I think,
Um,
the thing about all this pardoning is I never understood the legality of pardoning people who haven't been accused of a crime.
that's
You know what
the
I'm
issue.
saying?
You have these people that are pardoned
I know.
in a kind of a weird, um, like, well, we're going to pardon you for stuff you haven't done yet, maybe, sort of, kind of like very strange.
Yeah, it's bizarre stuff to me.
Yeah.
And it's like the January 6th committee, and he pardoned all of those people, and I'm not sure if I know what Trump said, but I'm just like, okay, so you're going to pardon all these people, but then w- I just don't get it because nobody's been accused of a crime, right?
Right. Like if you haven't been a kid, like there's no crime. What are we pardoning? And
That's right.
what does that really say to that person? That hey, I know that they could be a criminal.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
there was, the issue. He pardoned that General Milley, right?
Yeah,
And he worked for Trump. And from the readings that I've read about that whole situation, was he was literally subverting and undermining Trump's policies when
right.
he was there, you know, and he was part of the whole leakage. Remember, after a while, everything was being leaked. Well, he was part of the
The
person.
big part of it. He was
He
the
was
first.
the number one guy that was, yeah, he was the mole, you know,
Yeah,
and you know, and Trump talks about treason and all that. I, I don't think it classifies as treason, but you have to keep one thing in mind: Trump is the,
command.
in the art commander in chief, right? And you're subverting his power and
Yeah.
his ability to lead.
Hmm.
So there is some legal aspects to that that are pretty serious stuff.
Yeah. I agree. Whole Milk says Roger Clinton, Scooter Libby, Roger Stone, Dinesh D'Souza. It's bipartisan corruption. Oh yeah, I don't understand any of the parties.
But
You
it's
know?
not the son.
Yeah,
It's not
party
a
system should
relative.
be thrown out altogether. No one gets a free pass, says Logan Hall. Own up to your.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The only time I can remember in history, and you said you're a history major, that there was a blanket pardon was Gerald Ford blanket pardoning Nixon, correct?
Right.
Before any crimes, even though those were being investigated and all that, there wasn't any formal charges of criminality.
Correct. And essentially, he did it in a
Just to
so
move on.
right just to move on because
Yeah.
honestly, it had taken. I remember it as a small child. It was on the news every day, and it
Mm.
was just really. It was a dumb thing that they did. It was a dumb cover up. It was a bad look. It was. Ugh.
Yeah.
Uh, Logan Hall, Girl Streams disagreed. Jimmy Carter pardoning the draft dodgers was good. Well, there's that. And that was part of kind of trying to bring people back together.
Yeah.
Same thing with these
That's a
the draft
that's
dodgers.
a
Really
that's a
equate.
societal. Yeah, that's societal,
You
right?
can equate that to some of these trespassers with January
Right.
6th.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not saying you should, pardon and commute the trespassers who were doing violent, things, and stuff like that. I'm just saying the ones that were trespassing, I don't think you need to spend 4 years in
Yeah.
in a in prison for that. I
Hmm.
just think that's a joke. But especially when you compare it to, murder in New York City and how many years they're getting.
So, and here are guys who are truly treasonous. The
Exactly.
Confederate officers were blanket
Yeah.
pardon and reconciliation act.
Yeah. And I believe, wasn't that by Lincoln, correct?
Well, yeah. So,
Lincoln, or was it,
and
who was
really
it?
through Grant,
Right.
that part of the terms, the surrender terms with Lee at Appomattox Courthouse.
Hmm.
Officers were allowed to take their sidearms and their horses back, and that was
Hmm.
part of Lincoln's inaugural address, with malice, malice
Toward
towards them.
no. Right.
Yeah. Um, of trying to bring the country back together as one nation. But yeah, I mean, Confederate officers, Confederate politicians. Those are literally when we speak of the word treason. Those people were
Yeah, but
literally.
see, this whole Hunter Biden thing was tax evasion, foreign corruption,
Yeah.
wire transfer, uh, you know, all those money laundering. You know,
Hmm.
those are not societal
Right.
issues like draft dodging, civil wars. You know what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
a that's a whole different ball game we're
Yeah.
talking about. You know, and the courts, and I don't understand the pardoning because the courts found him guilty. It's not Trump that found this guy guilty of all this.
Now, but you can also say that some of that, like some of the lesser charges were definitely politically motivated, oddly enough, with a democratic justice system. But there was the unfortunate part is the lawfare part of it. Same thing against Trump. I mean, it's just so much of that. I go after the big stuff. I don't care. I don't care. The tax evasion, fine him. Move on with your life. The gun thing was kind of dumb. But what I really want to see is, because you did that, you convicted him on that. Now there's no way to really look into the big crimes. You
hmm
know, now you're basically left, looking at the small stuff. Um, and now that he's got this blanket, hey, anything he's done between, birth and 2050 or whatever the hell that pardon said, is there probably were things that really needed to be investigated that weren't.
hmm
Um, yeah, that's true too, Home Milk. They can investigate it, but they can't really. But why? Because at
Yeah.
that point, you're just doing it to make a point. You're spending all that money just to make a point. You you're better off to move on at this point. Um,
Yeah, but let
because
me tell you the difference. The difference between Manafort and Biden and Hunter Biden was the way Manafort was treated compared to the way Hunter Biden was treated.
yeah,
If you recall, they weren't going to file any charges against the guy,
yeah,
right? Because the Department of Justice wasn't going to go after it. It was a judge that actually caught the issue, right?
right,
And then the whole thing went to court. So they're not the same.
right.
They're absolutely not the same.
Mm, sorry, got a text.
hmm
Freezing here, George. How's the temperature in Washington?
Ah, shit! It's like 25 degrees here today.
Oh, wow.
Miserable. I'm sick of it.
Well, my pipes
What do you
froze.
do? Oh God, don't say that.
Yeah, I
Because
forgot. I forgot. I usually put this space heater underneath the kitchen sink.
yeah, I have a space heater in my mechanic room at my office. And about a year ago, we had like a week of like sub like 5 degrees, and it literally cracked some of the hoses, and it was a big mess. So I'm hoping that the damn thing kicked on last night and today. I haven't got a phone call from the office this morning, so I'm
Yeah,
assuming everything's okay.
assuming everything's okay.
I haven't heard anything. 911 need to call the plumber.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you do? Well, let's
Yeah,
get back to the show, shall we?
absolutely. What do you think of Handheart?
Not a big fan.
Not a big fan.
Uh, they're okay though.
Yeah, I mean they make similar watches to Zen.
Yeah.
Um, that chronograph's not bad looking. It's kind of cool. Their movements, I believe, Salida, yeah, SW. But yeah, they're using the Salidas as well. I hate that they put a lot of their watches on these wood straps. It just to
Mm.
me, I hate those.
I just haven't been a big. I just never looked at these watches, but I'm trying. Like I said on Sunday stream, I'm looking for like something to wear on a daily basis. To bang
Yeah,
around and travel with and everything else. I'm not a big leather strap guy. I'd rather
okay,
have like like
a
a metal
bracelet.
bracelet of some kind.
Yeah, just a beat around watch. I think I know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh God, you're not going to pull up an IWC, are you?
What? Would I do that to you, George?
Yes, you would.
It's a true story. I probably would.
Yep.
There you go, George. The IWC Mark 20.
Oh, I knew it.
Bang that thing around all you want.
I knew it. It must be all the fumes from Brian's pipe that you've been inhaling. You've got all you've got this illness in your brain. Jesus.
It's a Flieger.
I'll tell you
40
what. I'll tell you what, Mark. I'll tell you what. Okay, you gift me one of these watches, and I'll promise you, I'll wear it. I'll wear it on the stream, and I'll write on my forehead every time I come on IWC fanboy. Okay.
I'll get you a hat. I won't make you write on your forehead.
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh my. Ah, the IWC. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Just about anything else.
Just about, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and there make some cool watches. Other cool stuff in that. What else is there in that kind of? I mean, obviously there's the Aquaterras, which I always I love.
Yep.
They're nice beat around watches and available on a really nice rubber strap or on a bracelet. There are what else is in that size range? Just kind of a basic beat.
I was just thinking to myself, what are some good beater watches? And
yeah, obviously you're not going for the IWC, I assume.
No, can't say I'm going for the IWC. Tags aren't bad, right?
Yeah, it looks just some really nice tags. There's the two things a couple things we looked at the other day. How about something like this? The Zodiac Super Seawolf.
Yeah, but the issue I have is the bracelet looks way too small for the bezel, doesn't it? It looks like it's a little. The proportion size just doesn't look right. Not to be finicky, but it's just.
Sounds like you're being
finicky. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm trying to think. What would Longines? There's some nice Longines, right?
I will tell you. You know what? Oh, I know the one. Hold on, let me find it. I think this watch is really.
Did you look at the? Did you already mention the Zodiacs? Did you say Zodiac?
Yeah, I just said Zodiac.
Okay. Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me look something up here. Because I think these watches are great, and then they make them in different materials and metals and sizes. These are these Zulu Time GMTs, but they have this new one that is where is it? Where is it? Titanium. Oh, there it is. And I think you can get deals on these. I don't think you have to pay.
Yeah, that looks nice. That's a nice looking watch.
That's a titanium 39 millimeter. With
I have to admit, that does look nice.
The dials on these things are exquisite. The applied indices, these little diamond cutouts that are filled with a little bit of lume, and the way the second hand actually travels directly over them. It's actually a really nice setup.
It is. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's a great beat. Kind of everyday watch. I wish they made this titanium one in the 42.
And I'm sure like there's probably like Alpina and Baltic and those. So yeah.
There are a million choices.
Yeah.
Just
Huge,
always been a
quite a
little
bit.
to that one. Yeah, it's the dial on that makes that one. You
Hmm.
know what I mean?
Hmm. Yep.
It really did a nice job on that. I always like that one. What'd you think of Anthony Fair? 6 years,
Oh yeah. I didn't. Can you repeat what happened? He got like what 5 years? I was at the office, so I
six
didn't see
years.
the whole
Yeah,
thing.
OC had
Yeah.
the document yesterday, but it looks like a 6 year sentence. There could be some,
Time
like
served, right?
and most people seem to think he'll end up serving, 4 years more,
Hmm.
somewhere around there that I
Hasn't
saw.
he? Hasn't he served 2 years already?
I don't think it's been full 2 years, maybe a year.
A year? Okay. So maybe he's got, good time off for good behavior and
Yeah,
everything else. So he'll be out probably in about another 2 to 3 years. It's California, right?
yeah. He'll be out spruiking watches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to try and go back into watches when he gets out.
Oh, I'm sure because,
Like,
I would
what else
think
does he really know?
exactly. Right. Exactly. Exactly. And I've got an interesting story to tell you. I had a conversation with Anthony back in early 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, way back in 2020. He had just started his channel, and it was uh, he just a couple of shows in, and he started his business, and I reached out to him just to talk to him about a watch. He's very knowledgeable,
Yeah.
even back then. And at the time, I think he had a girlfriend. In the early videos, when he was like more down to earth, he had a girlfriend, and there was an episode in which she made an appearance, and I guess she had the flu, or at the time maybe pre-COVID, because this was like January of 2020, February of 2020. So yeah, he had going out shopping for her to get food, and we had a conversation, and it seemed like he knows his stuff on that,
Yeah.
and just radically changed.
Yep.
Money corrupts, right?
Yeah, it does. Whole Milk says he's in federal prison. I don't know if they let you
Mhm.
out that early. Yeah, I think
I
you're
don't know.
probably going to serve a majority of that time.
Mhm.
You'll probably get time served, I would think.
Yeah.
I'd imagine he's got another at least 4 years before he's out.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going
Yeah.
to cut it in half or anything like that. And I don't think that
Yeah.
he's going to be. I doubt that he's going to be serving like hard time. You know what I mean?
Right.
A
Right.
more a more laid back kind of a setting.
But the issue with this is so he was found guilty and criminal. Now, will the people who lost their watches sue him in a civil?
Right.
You know
But
what I'm
what does
saying?
he have? Like, what kind of
Yeah.
assets does he have?
Well, that's the thing. You don't know, do you? Does
Right.
anyone know? Yeah.
Because he probably blew most of that money.
You know what though, Mark? I always think, because I'm just based on my conversation with him, I think
Yeah.
he's smarter than what people give him credit for. I'm pretty sure he's got money hidden somewhere,
Yeah.
in form of watches or something. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I
It's
I just
yeah.
yeah, I just think that we all think he blew all this money and things like that.
I always think we blew all the money. He blew all the money because he was showing all the cars and that super expensive penthouse and
Hmm.
super expensive lunches and he was showing a
But let me
very
tell you something, Mark. But I
nice
don't think that was his personal money. I think those were his victims' money. You know what I'm saying?
right.
There's a difference between his personal money and the victim's money. So I
Yeah.
I think he probably banked his money somewhere in forms of watches or crypto or whatever,
Yeah.
and he's kept all this stuff to do whatever he was doing with. That's what I think.
My theory on it was that he may have a little bit of that put away. I don't think he's got a ton. And the reason I say that is that it was operating almost like a Ponzi scheme where he had to get watches in to sell to satisfy the people that were yelling and screaming, "Where's my money?" And it's one of those things where you get into that, and it's you know, and then you start off by using a bunch of that money, and then you can't pay it back. It's like small scale Bernie Madoff.
Uh, I think you have to look at it in terms of the time reference. I think if he did that, early on and banked like some money somewhere, right? And then later on, he may have started the Ponzi scheme. He was running a legitimate company for a while, right? And it was very legitimate. There was no issues from most of the people that was doing trades with him, as evidenced on his videos. It was
Mhm.
probably later on that he started to do the Ponzi. So, I just have a tendency to believe that people are smarter than what we give credit to them for.
I
That's
don't think
just
he.
my.
Yeah, I don't think he's dumb, but with money, I don't think he was very smart.
Mm.
Uh, and I say that by what he showed us, you know, and
And then,
what he showed us was trying to present a lifestyle that he couldn't afford.
well, let's take a look now and see what's happening, right, in the gray market, right?
Mhm.
Uh, do you remember when he was on Marco and the other guy, I forgot his name, that he left, uh, Z Z Z, is that his name? That was with Timepiece Gentleman. Do you
Yes,
remember?
I didn't watch a lot of. I didn't like him.
Oh,
I didn't like. He gave me bad vibes early on. I didn't really
right.
didn't pay attention a lot to his stuff. Um, but
The thing is you look at all the the people that have come out of there, uh, and like I said, I don't know for sure what Marco knew or what he didn't know, you know, and then you had the guys at Wolven, they're still around, right?
they're still going.
And
Yeah.
then the Bell brothers, they're still around, right? Correct? They're all
Home
still around selling watches.
Whole Milk says the guy with a $95,000 a month penthouse probably had a high burn rate.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, I just yeah, but those guys, like the people we're talking about, don't like the Woven guys and the brothers and stuff. They don't. There's a reason that they got away, from what was going on. He said, Homo says he only ripped off 5 million. You can't do anything with five. Five's a nightmare. But that's 5 million in watches. I
Yeah,
don't I don't know what he was able to bank, and where he was able to, if he did bank, where he's able to hide it so that people can't see it.
right. It's hard to tell. We just don't know, right?
Yeah, it really is.
Super hard to know, super hard to tell. And like I said, for all I know, he's banked some of it, but we don't know who owns what, where, when, how, and whatever else. So
Yeah,
we'll find out. We'll find out.
eventually,
Yeah,
eventually,
it all comes out in the end.
yeah. Did you ever do
Well,
anything with Kadoki watches?
I'll pass on those.
You'll pass on the Kadokis.
Yeah,
They're expensive.
yeah. For those are nice watches, but they are expensive. What are we looking at in terms of prices? Like
Well, you're
six?
looking at these 94, 94,
Yeah,
17,
yeah.
9, 10, 2.
No, no. I'd rather just get a nice Tudor
Yeah. Well, that's the
for
other
half
thing.
the price.
Yeah. And that is the other thing to consider is, when you're looking at Longines, if you move up just a hair, you're into Tudor
Yeah,
ring.
right.
And
And
obviously Tudor's got a lot of things.
and you know what though? That's always the conundrum because you're like, okay, do I really want to spend the money on this when I get this, or I could move up a little bit more and get a much more substantial watch, right?
Right. I mean, if you look at one of these Tudors at 4,600 new with with the new master chronometer movement on it, the T-Fit clasp, that's a great watch
Uh-huh.
for the money. And Chase gets them in at Nashville. He gets them in. He sells them under $4,000 when he gets
Uh-huh.
them in.
Right.
I'm not sharing the tab. See, boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice looking watch.
Yep, master chronometer, great dive
Mm-hmm.
watch, 200 meters. Yeah, it's a great bang around.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if Chase has any Tudors. Because when he gets those, he does. That's the new Meadows verified ones. When he gets them, he usually sells them pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Let's see. Door 43. Let's go down page and see where the Tudors are.
Yeah, he's got a Black Bay 54.
Yeah, 3250.
Yeah. That's not bad.
Not a
What is
hot.
what is that what is that retail for? About 4,000?
I'll tell you here in a second. Where is it? Black Bay 54. God, these manufacturers and their terrible websites.
It's a 37 millimeter though.
Oh, here it is.
Small.
Yeah, 54 is a 37 millimeter.
Yeah, that's small.
Yeah, $4,050.
Yeah.
The 58 is probably more the way to go because you're at a 39 mil. Oh, what did I do? You're at a 39 millimeter.
Yeah, 39 would be nice.
Yeah. Here's the Fighting Logan Hall watch.
Mm.
That's the GMT. Their website sucks. I mean, George, this website's terrible.
Yeah.
It says Black Bay 58, but it keeps showing me the 54s. Ugh.
But like, I think we got the idea. It's
You got the
basically
disc.
you get I think you get a more substantial watch, a pretty good price,
Yeah.
and you get it at a, much more, I think more value for the money, I would say, right?
Mhm. Yeah. I would say so.
You got a good pedigree, you got
Mhm.
name recognition, name brand, right?
Yes.
So
I always thought this was a good looking one, this blue one.
oh yeah. I don't think you can really go wrong with any of those colors on there, to be honest with you. I
Now.
had years ago, I had the Harrods Black Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I did like that watch. I really
Mhm.
did like it, you know. But
The green
yeah,
bezel, 41
yep,
millimeter.
yep. Nice. It's a nice watch. And those things have really come down in price.
Yeah. That watch, because you can buy that. They used to be you could only buy it at Harrods. Now you
Harrods,
can
right.
site.
Yep. Not a bad looking watch.
Nah, the green bezel's
Kind of
nice.
kind of like the new version of the Cermet, what some would say, right?
Yeah. Oh, shop on Harrods website.
Mhm.
Interesting.
I think
But
it's
you
about like 4,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds.
$36.40
Okay. US dollars?
pounds.
Yeah. So
Around
4,000.
Yeah,
4,300. Yeah.
nice looking.
Yeah.
And these I know you can find on the secondary at a good price.
And like I said, I use my Tudor chrono that I have with the salmon dial when I
Yeah.
travel. And I feel fine when I wear a dress shirt and a suit with it, and I feel
Mhm.
fine wearing jeans and a t-shirt with it.
Well, there you
So
go.
yeah.
That was a 41 mil. It's a little thick at 14.7. It doesn't bother me, but
Hmm.
I tell you the one, I own the one, this monochrome one. I owned the red bezel one for a little bit.
Hmm.
Uh, but $4,700. This monochrome is a good value. You get the better movement. You get the key fit clasp. You get and they kind of, yes, in K6, it's 13.6 on now. So it's a bit thinner, better movement, anti-magnetic.
Yeah. Good looking watch.
Yeah, I think they just do a nice job with it.
The interesting thing is I've always been a guy. When I collect watches, it has to be like eye candy, right? For me,
Right.
the movements and all that are great and wonderful and all that. But if it doesn't catch my eye, I
Hmm.
don't care if it's like a one of one done by, Philippe Dufour. It just
Yeah,
doesn't, attract me to it, right?
I'd have a
So
little eye candy.
yeah, I've always been a bezel guy, and the proportions to me have to look right. You know, if you've got a 44 millimeter, uh, dial and the bracelet looks like it's 22, it
Yeah.
just it looks out of place,
Mhm.
So, but for me, this looks proportionally, it looks right. The
Yeah.
bezel, the bracelet looks right. The bezel looks like it's well done. Everything. The the crown looks good. Everything looks looks about right.
Right. It's just a nice watch.
Nice watch. It's a nice everyday watch.
Yeah. You can definitely do that one every day.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm going to look at one other thing. Show one other watch here. Let me find it, George. I always thought this was a cool watch. It's not my size though.
What is it?
It is this.
Oh
The
God.
39.5 Planet Ocean in the summer blue.
Yeah.
It's a beauty, George.
Yep.
It's not an IWC.
Yeah. Well, you are moving up in the world these days, Mark. Yeah. I just never really got into Omegas. I don't know why. I just never really got into it. I tried my best,
You
but
stole my heart.
didn't work. Yeah, I just couldn't get into it. Don't know why. Just never got into it. Although I
Uh,
do like their Canopus Gold. They do a really nice Canopus Gold.
yeah. Yeah, their Canopus gold watches are nice.
Yep. And for the right price on one of those, I might pull the trigger, but I haven't seen one.
That's a Sedna
Yeah,
gold.
that's a Sedna Gold. I had a I had one with the Sedna uh, Speedmaster with the blue racing dial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just just didn't like it.
Just didn't do it for you.
No, I just didn't do it. I told you, I think I had the Ultraman, I had the Tokyo 2020, Panda doll. I've tried my best to fall in love with Omega, and I just couldn't do it.
There's a Sedna Gold Speedy.
It's about what, 45, 46?
42.6.
Not bad though.
Now,
But,
it's
but it's
beautiful.
40. It's 44 millimeters, right, Mark?
This one is 42.
Oh, okay. Did they do this in a 40? If they did it in a 40, it'd be, I think, pretty nice.
I don't know that they do the Sedna
I don't.
Gold in the
I think
40.
it's. I think you're right. I think it's only 42.
Let's see, 42, 42, 40. Yeah, they're all 40. All the gold ones are 42.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, are you into any type of luxury shoes or anything like that, Mark? Or
I am. I'm a Kohan guy.
okay,
It's my shoe of choice.
figures
Normally,
coming from an IWC guy.
see there you go.
I
I've only
couldn't resist that last.
I'm really an Omega guy.
Well, then that'll move you up a little bit into the shoe game to something a little bit more Rockport like, I guess.
Oh, geez. Oh, what is the brand? I have. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me check something here real quick. I can't remember the name of this shoe.
Now, this is the portion of the program where Mark brings out his Vans shoes from the 1980s.
These are not from the 1980s, but these was a bespoke pair of shoes that I picked up. I wear them every once in a while, but you got to wear the right outfit because of the color. But are you ready, George?
Well, here we go.
These are my Allen Edmonds.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They'll be up. They're a few years old.
Right.
But they're cool.
Yeah.
So, and I've got other stuff, nothing super fancy. I'm more, because I beat around on the concrete all day.
Sure.
Asphalt. I'm much more of a comfort guy.
Right.
Because when you wear, good shoes beating around like that, your feet get tired. They get worn out.
Right.
What's that? What kind of shoes do you like?
Well, my to-go dress shoes are Todd's, and I have other stuff like Balenciaga and some other shoes that I do wear. But I just purchased, and maybe John D, if he's still in the chat, he's kind of a fashionista kind of person. I've Santoni shoes.
Okay.
You can pull up their website. They usually at the end of the year they have like a great sale, once a year, end of the year sale. And I've always been looking at their shoes, and one of my buddies had it, and he highly recommended it. This is Todd's,
yeah,
and very comfortable. I've worn John Lobb before, and those are nice, but this is kind of like my real to-go shoes. I just like their dress shoes. I have like a pair. I bought when I was traveling through Singapore, and the one that I have is on the far right. Looks very similar to that one on the far right, and pretty nice pretty nice shoes for the value. I think you get a good price on those. It's almost similar to that, just slightly different, but pretty close.
Pretty close, huh?
Yeah, and they wear forever.
Yeah.
I get it polished every so often when I travel, and Looks nice. Looks as nice as the day I bought them.
Nice. And
And
what
I
was
put
the
a
other?
lot of
Santoni?
Santoni. Yeah,
Santoni?
right. And every year they have a sale,
Okay.
and it's definitely worth like looking into because this is
30%
all
off.
yeah all handmade, and
Yeah.
if you go to their sale, they've got some pretty nice looking shoes for the value.
Hold on. Let me get rid of the pop-up ad. Oh, those are, yeah, 644.
Yeah, those aren't too bad for the value. I think they're all handmade. One of my friends bought one, and he's a shoe fanatic.
Okay. Oh, I like these. These are cool. Interesting look. George is muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Sorry about that. My earbuds were going out.
Oh, Logan Hall says he has some Allen Edmonds dress shoes and belts. Don't sleep on their belts. Very nice quality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really nice shoes. They had it. It was some kind of deal. A guy I worked with a few years ago, was like, "Hey, they're having a sale on these, and you can make your own color, like
Oh wow.
and on Allen Edmonds." And that's when I got these.
Yeah.
And I forget what the thing was, what it was for, but I was looking for. I had an outfit that those worked with at the time.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? That would be nice. That would be nice to have. It's
But if you go to the sale section, you go to boots. I picked up one that I thought I'd like to just try it on.
Okay.
And you can see it if you go to the sale, and then it says, "Oh yeah, I picked up the one on the far left. That one right there with the brown."
Yeah, that's good looking boot.
Yeah, I thought for the money, I thought,
Yeah.
well, I'll give this a shot and see.
I actually like that orange on the inside too.
It's pretty nice. It's
Yeah.
a nice scent. Like I said, I have a buddy of mine. Like I said, he's a shoe guy, and he swears by Santoni's. And he said, dollar for dollar, value for value. He said these are probably the best made
Nice.
shoes out there. So I take his opinion pretty seriously.
That's a good sale price on it. It's 30%.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So
outdoor inspiration meets urban attitude, fusing premium quality materials with a lightweight construction for flawless functionality. The Santoni Desert Boot is an effortless staple you can throw on for any occasion, crafted from soft yet resistant suede, set on a chunky rubber sole. Pretty cool.
And now we know that the Penn State education went far.
See, I can read. I can.
Yeah. So, I thought I'd just pick one up, and maybe I'll have a shoe unboxing when I get it.
Those are cool. I like those.
Yeah. And my good buddy Logan Hall and I remember when we went to Vegas about a year ago with Tim, when he was there, we went over to the Canali store. No, yeah. And they have some great sales on their website as well if you're into fashion. So,
okay. Whole Milk says George is breaking PNW stereotypes, not going with a pair of blunt steps.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really into that. I just think that's good Lord. Yeah.
Good Lord, he says.
Yeah. But like I said, I stand on my feet all day, so it's like I need to have a good pair of shoes.
Gotta have some support and
have support.
I get it.
And usually, like when I'm at the office, it's the scrubs, and then either Hokas or Ons, and gives me pretty. I hate wearing. I don't want to wear any of this because I have a tenacity for blood flying everywhere, and if these got on the shoes, it's pretty much over like it did on the strap.
Like your Laurent strap.
Yeah. Oh my God. I would still be beside myself. Like I couldn't believe I did that.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. But it's one thing if it's your blood, but when it's somebody else's blood, it's like, oh.
Treble's in the chat. Welcome, Treble. He says,
Hey,
I like boots, but live my life in trainers. Sneakers to you.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why I like the Cole Haans.
Yeah.
Got a number.
Excuse me.
Go ahead. I've got so many of these. Hold on. Let me grab a pair just to show you what I like to wear. I'll just grab 2 of them off the wall here for show and tell. Because they're comfortable. And I have different colors, so I can make different outfits and not always look the same or feel the same. But I love these. They make different iterations of these. Here, let me make myself big. Of these 0 grand. There's all kinds of 0 grand, 0 grand 2.0, 1.0. So this is a lot.
Yeah.
And this is one of my favorite pairs right here. But they're just the soles are comfortable for running around.
Right.
They're just you do a nice job with them, and they're comfy, and I like them. I got hooked up them probably about 7 years ago, and never looked back on the Cole Haan. Logan Hall says link for OC and his Skechers collection. Yes, where is the original OC? I have not seen him today. Perhaps.
A lot of good shoes out there. A lot of good shoemakers.
Yeah, there are.
I know.
There's a lot of good stuff.
And depending on how much you want to pay and everything else,
Right. And a lot of it, what do you want to pay? What are you trying to achieve? What do you, I always, so I like what you did here with the sale.
Yeah.
So I have a good deal on, on things.
I like shoes. I have no issues buying shoes, but it's like, okay, at the end of the day, they're still shoes, right?
Right.
That's just.
Please give me a deal.
Yeah, give me a deal. Unless if it's something like custom fitted or something like that, I get it. If that's the case, then you are paying top dollar. I've had those, and I didn't really feel a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Versus something I pull off the shelf.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, what's the difference here? And I didn't feel the difference. And I'm like, okay, I just spent this kind of money on this. I'm never going to do that again.
Whole Milk reminds us that OC turned off the channel when the tutors were on the screen. Yeah. he does hate the tutor.
Yep.
He does not approve. Treble says you have to be at least 70 to wear Skechers in England. Well, there you have it.
There. Yeah, it's like I said, it's just, sometimes you can get these good deals on, handmade shoes. And when you do, and it's something that you're interested in buying, I'd like to pull the trigger and, wear it to the office a couple of times and call it a business expense, I guess.
There you go. I like it. I like the way you think.
Yeah. But other than that, let's see what else. I'm into. Are you into cologne at all, or anything like that?
So colognes, I do. Here's 3 of them right here, and there's one in the bathroom. I like the Blue de Chanel. I don't go into like the fancy. I go to the stuff I can get at Macy's. You know what I mean? But there are 3 sitting here. The Blue de Chanel's in the bathroom. But my main 3 that I go through, I do the Sauvage. I do.
I went through that. Yep. Go ahead.
I do the Jimmy Choo Aqua. Jimmy Choo Man Aqua.
Mhm.
And one of my favorites, and it's hard to find anymore, is this Jimmy Choo Man Ice.
Mm.
Always like that one. But I try to switch them up so I don't smell the same every day.
Yeah.
I don't go crazy, on some of money wise. But again, I'm at a car dealership most
Mhm.
days.
Mhm.
It's good to smell a little good, but you don't have to
Mhm.
be like insane with it either.
Mhm.
You just don't want to be offensive to people.
Exactly. Exactly. And I'm
Yeah.
always mindful when I work that I don't like to. I shouldn't wear certain colognes because it could be issues with certain, you know,
Could be
patients and stuff. But
allergy.
but
Or,
yeah, but I'm like I still wear it because I got to get through the whole day,
right.
And people's breaths aren't exactly uh, like Creed. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
There's a certain stench,
Yeah.
and you start doing work, and then you're cutting teeth and gums, and the stench that you smell. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
The way I look at it, George, my cologne wearing is much like my watch wearing. I'm a much more of a mid-tier guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
I do not do a minimum of 16 sprays similar to
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
No, I'm normally like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I like to have seven cologne,
Yeah.
7 to 8 in my collection, just because I don't like to wear the same one every day.
And
You know.
actually, the Sauvage,
Yeah, I
this
like
is
Sauvage. I had that for a while.
this is the elixir. So what I normally
Right.
do is I'll do 4 sprays of the regular perfume, whatever, and then once I get dressed, I'll give myself one with the
Yeah, yeah,
elixir. It kind of enhances. It's a little bit different, but it's the same. But and it just adds a. I don't know. To me, I think I smell better.
yeah, yeah. The like I said, I'm not a huge Creed fan, but I have uh, the Aventus and the Green Neroli. I have Finhaligans. I have Roja. I have Amouage. I've been a huge fan of Amouage before they even made it to the U.S. during my trips to the Middle East, and it's a company that was based out of Oman,
Okay.
and this was like early 2000s when they
Yeah.
first started. So I had a chance to buy some of their stuff back then, and I've just been a huge fan of theirs.
Yeah.
And Maison, Francis Kirchen, and a few other stuff. And I just like to switch it out every day, because I think once you wear the same stuff every day, it's like I'm not.
Yeah.
And then like morning and and afternoon, evening, different colognes for different times of day, et cetera, et cetera. But they're all nice.
Alan Edmonds has a bunch of big sales section too.
Yeah.
There you go. If you're looking for shoes, there's
Yeah.
deals.
Yeah.
You got
Do
5 pages of sales.
I still remember. Do you remember the shoemaker Florsheim, Thayer, McNeil? You remember those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They said, you used to be able to see the Florsheim. They had stores.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they still around?
I don't think so, right? They're pretty much in the dustbin of history, I think.
Maybe just Florsheim. They lost everybody.
Thayer
Yeah.
and McNeil all passed away, maybe.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, they're still there.
Yeah.
Wow.
You got a website anyway.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, Whole Milk's right. They used to make a really nice shoes back in the 80s, and I remember my father used to be an exclusive buyer of their shoes, and now they're pretty much yeah, not very good.
JT Harry says the elixir blows away the regular Sauvage, in my opinion. They actually work well together. That's why I like it. I'll do 4 squirts of the regular and then 1 of the elixir, and it just sort of like I don't know. There's something you know what I'm talking about, George. When you do it and you kind of turn away from it and you get a good waft. Like,
Right.
smell good.
Right.
Okay. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like there's
Yeah.
something about it. Johnny O, I do not wear the high karate aftershave. I love those commercials back in the day.
Oh God.
Yeah, Florsheim's a cheap shoe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's really stood up.
No. It's kind of like what happened to Clark's, right? They used to be made in
Oh,
England.
Clark's, yeah.
Yeah, right. They were made in England and they made a pretty nice shoe, and now everything is like Chinese and mass manufactured and whatever.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah. It's the way it's going. So
Yeah, it's the
nothing.
way of the world.
It's the way life is, right?
Yeah. Let's see what their penny loafers go for now. $130.
That's a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's a lot.
Does seem like it. Yeah, but Florsheim used to be the thing. I remember.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, it happens.
Yep.
Things change. Companies change. A lot of these companies get bigger and they can't keep up. They cheapen. They cheapen out. We were talking about the restaurants.
Yeah.
How they make their money off the franchise fees and the quality goes downhill as as a result of the expansion.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, I've got some stuff I got to get done today for a midweek. I got a day off, so it's kind of like okay. It's kind of weird to have a Tuesday off, but
yeah,
I get an occasional Tuesday off, so it's kind of nice, but it just makes the week seem so much longer. Yeah.
What? Homo says, did you see LVMH is in trouble because the Olympic medals are falling
No,
apart?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, we gotta look that up.
What happened? They skimped on the real gold?
Yeah, here's a New York Post article. Here's that. Share this tab instead. It says French luxury giant LVMH denies responsibility for rusty, deteriorating Olympic medals. Damn.
Basically, they shortchanged.
Look at this thing.
You gotta love it. Looks like everybody's getting a bronze medal.
Man.
The gold is going to be bronze, the silver is bronze, and God knows what the bronze is going to be. Probably some type of tungsten.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh God, what
it's
a mess.
A shame. I mean, there's think what you want of Olympic events and stuff. Those people work their whole lives to get there to that point, and to win one of those, that's horrible.
That's awful.
Ooh.
What a joke.
Yeah, that's just terrible.
Yeah. I figured they're rusting. Yeah.
There's Chaumet, the high-end jeweler that is owned by the corporate parent LVMH, has turned into the butt of jokes in France after more than 100 athletes who won the bronze medal at a recently concluded Paris Olympic asked for replacements.
Leave it to Europe. They can't even get the medals right.
Oh, jeez.
Could have outsourced it to the Chinese, and it would have been better.
Yeah, well, they outsourced it to the Monnaie de Paris, the French mint responsible for producing the medal, has admitted to a technical flaw in the varnish applied to prevent oxidation.
So, Baccarat, I don't know if you know Baccarat, the famous lighting company.
Yeah.
So many, many years ago, I had bought a chandelier from them, and one of the crystals, I never knew this, but it had an imperfection. Okay. And I bought it from a sales, store in South Coast Plaza for my home. Mm-hmm. And I never noticed it. And so each individual baccarat crystal, it comes, you have to hook it up. It comes directly from France. It's all made by my hand. It takes you place the order, it takes about a year.
Mhm.
And it comes in this big whole crate, it's like a coffin, and it's all wrapped up like tighter than a drum. So anyways, I got everything, I hooked it up, and I didn't notice anything. Then I get a letter a few months later saying that there was like a quality control thing, and they had one of the crystals that was given had an imperfection in it, and they said, "Can you return the whole crystals, and we'll get you a new set?" And I'm like, "Is this really necessary?" So I sent it back, and they redid it, and they sent whole new crystal. Yeah, I was pleasant. I was like shocked by that.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, and the nice letter from the CEO and explaining what happened, and they showed photos of the crystal, and they said, "This isn't to our standard. We apologize." And
Damn,
yeah,
that's service.
that is service, because I would have never seen it. I don't think.
Is that problem you didn't even know you had?
Yeah, I know. Who knew?
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Wonder what that cost them to replace.
Who knows? Yeah, I have to admit, ever since then, like when I think of lighting, I always revert to them, because they just do such a beautiful job, and everything is like to the T. The quality is there. When you're paying that money, people expect certain things, but it's like, I'm no connoisseur of all this stuff. I just appreciate the art behind it. And then when they are so meticulous about things like that, then you're getting a quality product.
Yeah, because it's one thing if say your wife was, hey, wait a second, something's wrong with that crystal, and you had to bring it to their attention, for them to say, hey, we gave you a flawed product and you didn't even know.
No. And it was just basically one, so they just wanted the whole everything, all the everything back, and they paid for all the shipping and everything else. And
sweet.
Yeah, I was shocked. Is this what was breakfast today?
We had the old egg and chorizo breakfast tacos.
Oh,
it was delicious.
Right.
Hard to beat.
I agree. Like I said, I'm still waiting for the Logan Hall grill stream versus the Lucha,
the throwdown
to happen. And you can have a few, Brian, me, and a couple of other people could be the official tasters.
I was going to say, there's probably no shortage of people who want to taste test our food.
Exactly.
I saw.
And if you lose, Mark, we get to take your IWC and put it on Logan's grill.
Oh, there you go. Burn up the IWC.
Yep.
There was a guy. We'll spruik his channel. Let me see if I can find it here real quick. What's this guy's name? Joshua Wiseman. He does.
Never heard of him.
He does like cooking stuff, but he does a lot of things like where they rate restaurants or different types of food or different. Yeah, they make they'll make things and have competitions, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he did a show here. I'll show it here. It's called "What Channel Has or Which Country Has the Best Breakfast?" And actually, what won? If BW is still watching, he'll be pleasantly surprised. The final, it was India or Turkey versus the Philippines. And
Turkey I'm a huge fan of Turkish breakfast. Oh, when we were in Greece, we had some of the best Turkish breakfast there.
Yeah, and I'm going to make this menemen for you guys maybe Sunday, this Turkish breakfast. But one of my favorites won the competition. Where's a... Oh, geez. It was the geez, I can't find it. Cannot get it. It's this one right here. It was the sea log, the Filipino sea log that I've made for you guys before. Was the big winner when they went through everything. I think it ended up being England versus the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the bronze medals are rusting.
They had the hotel we were at in Athens had like a Turkish like inspired like poached eggs in some type of a skillet, with all kinds of stuff in there, and it was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I made. Hold on,
forgot the name of that. Shashushka, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, I've definitely made that before. Hold on, let me scroll back here, George, and find my plate of shashushka. My pan. I made that or shakshuka or whatever it's called. But I also made another Turkish breakfast called chilbir. Really good. I've just made so many breakfasts; it's hard to find them all on demand. So first, here we'll show this one. This was one of the sea logs. That was
pretty good.
Yeah, that was one of those Filipino dishes. That was unbelievably good. That was really good because BW had sent me some of that Filipino garlic that was it was so good. But so here was the chilbir. That was a turkey. Yeah. That was good too. That was so you took a yogurt and you mixed it with there was some seasonings and dill and stuff like that. You mixed it and you served the eggs on top. You could do poached eggs. I did a sunny side up egg just for made a little more picturesque. And then you there's like a hot oil that you make for it. That's what's topping it. It was absolutely phenomenal. Can't recommend that one enough. Oh, here you go. Here's my shakshuka.
Yeah, it looks good.
But there's a thing called menemen that made it to the semifinals, and that is definite on the list to make. I think I might make that this weekend.
Looks good, Mark. I have to admit, it looks pretty good.
I do my best. I do my best.
That's pretty good.
I try to be faithful to what it's supposed to be. Not
exactly.
You know what I mean? Not to try and make my take on it when I'm doing these kind of international breakfasts. Yeah. Part of it is really because I start every show with breakfast. I've had to really reach out and say, okay, what's different? Yeah. So I'm not making the same thing all the time.
Well,
anyway. They had a good Turkish breakfast in Turkey of all places.
Exactly. There you go. I had the best Turkish breakfast when I was in at Greece. So
yeah. Very good.
On that note, I'm gonna step out. Let you continue the show. I'm happy to have helped you out a little bit on
coming on. It's always great to have
the cold and miserable Tuesday morning here in the Northwest. Misery.
Frozen tundra of Pittsburgh.
Pretty much. Oh, yeah. This is getting old after a while,
Yeah, it gets old.
Gets real old. The one good thing is there's no snow in the forecast yet, but when it's at 20 degrees and it's like, oh well. Anyways, have a great rest of your stream, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, George.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I can't stress this to you guys enough. That how fortunate I feel that that you guys come watch this stuff, but some of the people who come on the panels are, like George, Brian, and people like that. It's just amazing. OC, get to, it's some great conversations. Boston Collector came on for a few hours last week. I mean, we get to have some of the coolest watch people. And we talk about other stuff too. So, but that being said, Whole Milk says new tag Formula Ones just got released. Let me pull up the article. I found an article. Where was it? On Monochrome, of all places. Review the all-new Formula One collection. They aren't bad-looking watches. I've owned a few Formula Ones over the years. Not big into those Kissy. These look better than the Kith. Let's okay the cookies. They are going to market the hell out of this because they've always had a Formula One, style watch, named watch, and they've been involved in Formula One forever. You're just going to see that they take off with this thing. Looks a little thick. Oh, these are automatics, which is good because a lot of the Formula Ones you find are quartz. I don't see anything wrong with quartz, but just nice to see them do something in automatic. I like that one. I think that one's good looking. Let's look up some specs, see what we got here. These look like sort of a little bit of a nod to the original Formula Ones with a little bit of a modern inspiration when I look at them anyway. This one with the yellow hand is cool looking. Caliber 16 allows time through colored central chronograph hands with a 30-minute subdial at noon, 12-hour counter at 6. Subdial at 9 is designated for the running seconds. Integrated black, red, or Oracle Red Bull Racing blue rubber straps with the pin buckles. 4,300 for the bare titanium model. 46 for the black DLC, 53 for the Oracle Red Bull Racing Edition. So they're not cheap. 44 millimeters. I can get behind that. Where's John D when I need him? That I can definitely get behind. So you get a 44 millimeter case, 14.1 in height, only 47.3 lug to lug. So it's not going to wear super huge across your wrist. Anything else in here interesting? They're using the Solita SW500 base, building their chronograph on that. The prices are in the Swiss, or is that euros? 4,600 euros, 48 or 53, depending on which one you go with. I think you're going to see a lot of tag Formula One releases coming. They're going to be doing some special editions. They're going to be doing probably race day editions. If they were, they were smart, they would do like a moon swatch thing at the races for kids. I know you like the dinner plates, Mark. It's true. It's true. They are a little bit expensive for Formula One. I agree. One of the things about the Formula One line was the F1 line was kind of an entry level into tag watches for the longest time. So that was a way to get in, cheaper to enter your way in. And then you can move up into the Carreras and Monacos and stuff. But starting in the mid fours, little pricey. John D says what we all think. I don't know anybody that wouldn't love just the Hoyer label because it's the best. It just looks so cool. And when they come out with one of those, throwback editions, it's just Hoyer. You're just like, oh, so good. And then you look over at the thing, and it's just it's just so good. Guys, we're on 3 hours. Do you want to keep going? There's still 18 of you watching this garbage. What do you think? What are you thinking? 18 of you watching. Only 20 upvotes. That's all. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. And leave a comment. Let's help the YouTube algorithm. Tag was only part of the manufacturer for a mere 13 years. Yeah. I just, the Hoyer label just looks so cool. I lament the loss of our dear friend Harry, who doesn't come on the streams anymore. But I always liked him. But we did that show. It was just the Hoyers. Some of his old Hoyers that he showed, which was really cool. Treble says, Hoyer only and sword hands on an Omega. Why don't these people listen? I know, nobody listens. They do listen a little bit. And the reason I say that is when, Omega will, it takes a while. It's like the Catholic Church trying to get them to change something. But this Aquaterra bracelet is, what was my big gripe? I love the Aquaterra. You guys know that. But what was the gripe? It was the bracelet. And now, with the not only did they improve the bracelet, they put that comfort setting in there, which again doesn't look nearly as bad. Like a lot of people talk about that gap, it's not nearly as noticeable, especially at a distance. It is a gap, but it's a way to it answers a gripe that myself and a lot of people have always had about the Aquaterra. Is that there was the bracelet itself was a scratch magnet and it had no comfort setting. But now on that, with those rounded links, more, presidential looking, if you're going to do the butterfly clasp, at least it has a comfort setting. The clasp itself is a tad bit smaller. They did answer some of the questions. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Let's see. John D says vintage Hoyer, very strong sales. Good things get swept up fast. Was hunting for a Dado 45, but they're all gone. Yeah, the classic Hoyer watches, especially if you find one in mint condition, they bring a premium. They don't tend to last long. They're good looking. They're really just good looking pieces. I wanted to see. Hold on. While I'm on that subject, I wonder if these guys still have this watch. I tried to actually make a deal on this watch a while back, but they said it was on consignment and they couldn't. And nope, they finally sold it. Yeah, Bernard Watch Company had this Hoyer for a long time, but they finally sold it. 8-9 months. Wonder if they gave it back to the guy. The guy just gave up, or if they actually did sell it. It was beautiful. I showed it on the stream back in the day. It was a good looking piece. So I don't know. But these new F1s are cool. You're going to see a ton coming from them. And like I said, I would like to see some more entry level pieces, because that's when you think of the Formula One line, that's kind of one of the things you think of. But all right, there's still 18 of you watching. Do you guys want to still keep going? If you do, I got to play a quick video so I can go to the bathroom real quick. I'll let you decide. Somebody in the comments say yes or no. And if it's blank, then we'll just start closing her down. And I'll just go to the bathroom, It won't play a video. But it is up to you. Whole Milk, John D, Treble. Keep going, says Anthony. All right, we'll keep going. So I'm going to play that creamsicle video here because it's a couple minutes long, just so I can run to the bathroom real quick. I apologize, but hey, 3 hours of streaming with coffee leaves a guy having to go to the bathroom every once in a while. So hang on, I'll be right back. Hey, we only lost 2 people while I went to the bathroom. Look at that. Appreciate your patience there. Sometimes you gotta go. What else you guys want to talk about? We did the new Formula Ones. We'll check out some all watch news. We've talked about shoes, Olympic bronze medals, food, obviously. There, I got yet another cat followed me back into the room. Mr. Fuzzy. He's a good boy. He's the brother of Miss Shadow. When I got Shadow, they were like, or actually, when I got Fuzzy, they were like, well, he has a bonded sister. So I brought home 2 black cats. What are you going to do? They needed a home. They needed a home. Who am I to deny a cat a sanctuary? Oh, you know what? We were talking. I was going to tell you about this dish. So here, real quick, I'm going to make this Sunday. This was that show I was telling you about, which country has the best breakfast with Joshua Wiseman. But so I don't play the noise, but that's basically the dish: peppers, tomatoes, salt. Boom, mash it up. Pour in your eggs. Top it with a little bit of cheese and spice. Serve it with some bread, parsley or cilantro, and look at that. Looks delicious. Looks delicious. So we will definitely be making that. We're gonna head on over to All Watch. Well, first, yeah, we'll do All Watch News. See what else is up there. See if there's anything on there that looks interesting. Hit the refresh and let's go. The new Louis Vuitton. So you get the first look at the Louis Vuitton Tambor Taco Spin Time. Yikes. I'm not sure that I like the way that looks. Whoa. That's going to take a little bit of adjustment for me. I'm not the Genji says, I want that for breakfast. I'm making that on Sunday, Genji. Looks delicious, doesn't it? George reminded me of it because he said he was talking about Turkish breakfast. That actually be the third Turkish breakfast I make. I'm a connoisseur of breakfast, and I try and bring that to you guys, let you guys see what's going on. But that one looked delicious. These Louis Vuitton watches, on the other hand, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that these are for me. Eesh. That's a bit harsh looking. Let's go through the article here real quick. Hold on. We get on the page. Boom. So, spin time concept. Complication was developed by Michel Neve and Enrico Barbasani for Louis Vuitton back when the French powerhouse did not yet own La Fabrique de Tribes. Spin time concept emerged in 2007. Dynamic display using 12 rotating cubes to indicate the hours was inspired by the overhead flat panels that showed timetables in airports. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm crazy about this. Hmm. 12 cubes, one for each hour, connected to the central movement using arms. These cubes rotate every 12 hours, thus bear 4 faces. 2 with the hour to be displayed, 2 with discrete tone-on-tone background, blending in with the rest of the dial. When 60 minutes have passed, the current cube rotates quickly and firmly by 90 degrees and disappears. These cubes can either be inserted into a solid dial or are floating. It's an interesting concept, I guess. Not sure. Just not sure on that. Ooh. I guess you can get it to say Louis Vuitton at some point instead of the standard hours. Johnny O says that watch is deplorable. I get it, buddy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of that watch. I know, Mr. Fuzz. You know, you're a good boy. You want to come up? Come on. Want to come up and be famous? Or infamous? Come on. Oh. Hold on, buddy. Don't dig in. I'm not hurting. Mr. Fuzzy, has anyone ever hurt you? Oh, jeez. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. His name is Mr. Fuzzy. Oh, jeez. He's shy because he is awfully fuzzy cat. Awfully fuzzy guy. He purrs like crazy. He loves the chicks. Mr. Fuzzy loves women visitors. Absolutely adores them. I am not crazy about this watch. It's built on the Tambor case, I guess. And I'm sure it's not easy to make. I'm sure it's expensive. I just don't know. It's in-house automatic base movement. Great. Phenomenal. You see, you get some gem set stuff, some hour stuff, some Louis Vuitton stuff. You have to really like Louis Vuitton to like this watch, I think. Let's see what these cost. This is a long ass article. 190,000 euros. Thank God. I will never even, I wouldn't even buy one by accident at that price. That is interestingly not interesting. There's still 15 of you watching this garbage. Unbelievable. We're 3 hours and 14 minutes in. I'm wearing an orange dress shirt just because Buckley said no one should ever wear an orange dress shirt. And also because it matches my watch. How do you beat that? Who doesn't like a shirt that matches their watch? I think I have a white dress shirt that might have some like orange piping or boxes through it, checkers. I'm gonna try and find that. And then it would really match the creamsicle. And I'd be super cool. Super duper cool. Other than that, let's see if there's anything going on in the world. Oh God, what is wrong with Zenith? Why are they so terrible with their, I mean, everything, I swear, everything Zenith does is some type of homage. Look at this thing. Zenith seeks to steal the rainbow crown with the new white gold Chronomaster Sport Rainbow. Why? Why, Zenith? Why? Why is everything a homage to something else these days? That is terrible. Because you know what we needed? Another rainbow Daytona. 430 date. Rainbow bezel, $112,100 US. I don't understand Zenith. I really don't. I mean, they have watchmaking history and chops. Make something. Whole Milk says, where did they come up with this design? I know, right? But their whole Cali, like their pilot's watch looks like an Aquanaut. The Defy Skyline looks like a knockoff of a Royal Oak. These Chronomasters look like Daytonas, and I know that they made the movement for them for a while, but geez, do something different, your own, please. They make that new Defy Diver that kind of looks like an offshore. I mean, I just don't get it. And I love my Defy Skyline, but I literally, if you guys remember, I sold it. I forget what one it was they came up with, and I was just like, I just can't anymore. I just can't Zenith anymore, which is a shame because their watches in general are very nice, but they're very homage, and everything now is a homage. I would love to see them come up with a good concept. Like the Zenith, this is one of the ones that sent me over the edge. Hold on. Let's go find, share this tab. I mean, like, what the hell? You know? Why? Why do we need that? Why did you make that? Why? Let's go into the Chronomasters. Or not the Chronomasters, into the Defy line. And see. These are nice watches, but they're really homage. And then they came out with this diver. This isn't even the one that really most looked like it, but it was like, well, yeah, I get it. All right. Really? Is that what we're doing? I think that might have been the one that finally set me over the edge. These are better picks. Better picks of these ones that I'm showing, or these just bother me. They just bother me. Boom. That's the Extreme Diver. And again, I used to be a Zenith guy. I had the blue Defy Skyline. At least this watch is just something that they made from their past. I don't like it necessarily. It's not a part of their past I was hoping to revisit, but I think because they made a watch like this in the 60s or something, but I don't know. It sort of leaves me going, And then with the other stuff that just looks so homage. It's just really, really, really. That's a 37 millimeter watch. The Chronomasters obviously just look like Daytonas. The revivals, I was in the shadows so far. I was never crazy about that look on the watch, but the basic aesthetics of these watches is just truly like a ripoff, and they're not cheap. Not like a cheap homage brand. These things are 11 grand, 11.8, 12 grand basically on the titanium. Much like the Daytona, they look good on men and women. That's a 41 millimeter case. But I don't know. Who are you fooling? Yourself? Hold on, Jen. You can. All right. I made you a moderator there, Jen. You can actually put it right into the chat. And I can pull it up. I can pull it right up from there. Female, you should be a moderator. Oh, hold on. Let me pull it up off the YouTubes. Whoa. What is this madness? Drag hour Tambor Convergence is not a drag at all. Oh, I actually like that better than the other one we looked at. Check it out. That's kind of a cool looking concept. I like that better than the other one, Genji, that we looked at. Yeah, this one's much better. Let's see. Kind of interesting looking with the case face on. That one's pretty. Doesn't have that Louis Vuitton on the case side that I hate. Yeah, that's much more of a watch. Is this using their new in-house movements, I'm assuming? Yeah, that actually looks like watchmaking, if that makes sense. What does that go for? Priceless. Oh, 33.5 or 61. I guess the diamond one is 61. 45-hour power reserve, 4 hertz movement. Not chronometer certified. 37 millimeter case. It's only 8 millimeters thick. Hand stained brushed brass discs with 4N galvanic treatments. Printed blue Arabic numerals and indices. No loom. Calfskin strap. Yeah, I mean, all things being equal, this is much more compelling Louis Vuitton to me than that weird spinny thing. Those are kind of cool. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, really, it looks, it reminds you of a jump hour. Absolutely. Definitely. Yeah, it's at least looks like a watch. It's hard for me to get into some of the weird stuff. Get rid of that. Go back over to here. Oh, there it is right there. There's the article right there. Or an article. Hublot has a new color palette for the Spirit of Big Bang. Of course. Let's see. Tag Heuer and Porsche race back onto the scene with the Carrera Chronograph times Chrono Sprint Rally. Let's take a look at this. Wow, going back in time. Cars and watches. The Porsche Carrera Chronograph. That's good looking. Would love to see just the Heuer branding on that one. That would make me happier. There's a purple now, Carrera? I didn't see. Oh, down here, new glass box chronograph. Hold on. Boom. That's nice looking. I think we might have looked at that at one point, or somebody brought that up on another show, maybe. Tag Heuer Carrera glass box chronograph in purple. And a tourbillon. Oh, man. I love that dial. That's nice looking. Case back's okay. Just Swiss, not Swiss made. It looks good on wrist. Yeah, that's a nice looking piece. The tourbillon is really nice looking. I don't know if I'm looking for a tourbillon from Tag necessarily. Gen G says that purple is sexy. Yeah, it's good. Well, see, that's the thing. The glass cone with those glass box watches are good looking. They really are. They're not necessarily the ones I've seen lucha sized, but they've done a nice job with the releases that they've done in it. Is the tourbillon bigger? So 39 millimeters, 13.9 thick, smoky purple sunray burst. Nice. 100 meters water resistance. That's the other thing. At least they did 100 meters water resistance. $6,500. Not super expensive. Not cheap. Love the purple in the back of the band as well. Yeah, that's good looking. That's not a bad looking piece, you know? The tourbillon's really kind of cool looking, but like I said, is anyone looking for a tourbillon from Tag? Yes, this is the $6,500 version. This is a very classic layout. Beautiful watch. That purple's really nice. I agree, Jen. That purple is sharp. I love oddly colored watches. I see some different colors. Much like this goofy thing. The turquoise. Who doesn't want a little turquoise in their life? Beautiful watch. Or orange. I like little different color watches. Match my orange shirt. So Buckley will be mad that I'm wearing an orange shirt. Genji says, love that Aquaterra. Thank you. It's a beautiful piece. The absolute stunner in person. So much better in person than I thought it would be. So one of the things when they announced it, I thought it was going to be really bright when you saw it in person. You know, just based on some of the stock images and stuff. I remember, here, we'll go back over here. You know, this was what, December 12th when I saw this picture. And I just wrote, Dear Omega, take my money, please. I was hoping it would look like that and not be like super shiny dial and such. And I was rewarded with a really nice looking watch. It's darker than you would think. It's not quite as polished and shiny. So the case, which has no brushing on it really, except for a little bit on the bracelet, the case itself is all high polish. So the case is the shine star. So the color just sort of works from there. Here it is. Probably easier to see this way. I looked at it this way. The bracelet is amazing. It's so comfortable. It's so light. A little over 14 thick, I think, or 13 and a half, something like that. 13.7, I think. But the shine of the case is the real star. But that dial is a little more muted than you might think it would be. Just makes it, you know, the black one, the black lacquer is so shiny. The dial, the indices, the logo is just so shiny that it, in a way, takes away from the brilliance of the case and such. You know, and the depth on the dial is amazing on the Aquaterra. There's tall indices, the applied logo, the box around the date. It just really, it's a great package. Here it is at church last night. Look at that thing. That's not even good lighting for it. That's just the sunken minute track with the dark. It gets dark out to the corners of that watch. Like a fume effect. That picture doesn't do it justice either because those the minutes are in like an aqua. I'll have to get some better pictures of this watch. But it's so cool. So cool. Love it. The calendar says the glass box is amazing. And now I want an Aquaterra again. Just right. Exactly. I'm hoping that they do some other colorways and some other stuff with this on this new bracelet in the polished case. The bracelet really makes the watch. Can't stress that enough. That watch is like 145 grams, 150 grams, compared to like 220 or whatever this is. I mean, it's so light and elegant on the wrist that it's absolutely nuts. Just how nice that watch feels. Let's see if this picture's in a. Yeah, you can see that the there you can see the minute track that the minutes and the minute are in that turquoise color, and how the fume effect. And the fact, like I said, when the watch case and the bracelet really become the shining stars, and the dial is its own little artistic piece of wonderment. I really like the way that watch looks. I really thought they did a beautiful job on it. Go back to breakfast. Yeah, don't tell Brian you're looking at a Swatch Group shitter. He hates them. He hates that company. It's funny because he loves the coaxial escapement movement, which I love too. I've never had an issue with one of their movements. I've owned a lot of them. And the 10 years to service, 8 to 10 years between servicing, the less oil, the less friction, those are all good things. I know it's a little chunkier, and I don't really see. So even if you get a Metas certified master chronometer tutor, it's different because you're not getting a coaxial. But I would think that to do the coaxial would not be cheap and or easy for an established watch brand, because I would imagine it seems thicker. Their watches are thicker in general, so I would think that you would have to adjust your cases for that. I don't know if there's a way to make it thinner or not, but a tri-level coaxial is an amazing movement, especially that it's mass produced. Originally the concept of Dr. George Daniels. And Omega was able to take it, basically industrialize it and use it as their flagship movement to battle so that the coaxial master chronometer versus the superlative chronometer. So they had something to hang their hat on in their battle with Rolex. The battle with Rolex. Rolex is fine. I don't hate Rolex. It's not my favorite brand. I think a lot of their watches look the same. I don't like that they're not easy to get and that people, I don't know. The whole buying experience of a Rolex is a little off-putting, if you will. I mean, they have to wait. I mean, nice thing with an Omega is, my Omega AD sends me a picture of that Aquaterra, and I'm like, I'll be there to come do while I'm doing a show. I'm like, I'll be there in a couple hours. Hold on to that thing for me, and I just go pick up the watch. There's something to be said for that. I don't want to wait. I'm impatient. What about you guys? And I like Rolex. And I think that Rolex, as far as what they do, they probably do better than anyone. But you're not looking at, like any horological, they're not doing any high horology. They're not doing anything, and occasionally Omega will do something. I'm not saying that they do either. They're both mass produced brands. And people say, well, the Rolex retains its value. Yes, but yeah, I can also get a discount on an Omega that I can't get. You know what I mean? Like, there's, I've bought and sold many Omegas, never lost my shirt. Always did well, always felt good with the deals that I got, and moved on with my life. You know? What you want, Fuzz? You want to go out? Hold on. Hold on. I think Mr. Fuzzy wants to go out now. You want to go out, buddy? Come on. You can't. You're allowed. Stay in shadow. All right. Oh, Mr. Fuzzy. So, guys, you got anything else? We're 3 hours and 39 minutes into this strange, wild, wacky show. And what do you guys think of this watch? I like this watch. Zodiac Compression Diver. I like that one. And there's a black dial version of this one. I don't think they have it. No. I'm not sure about this minty green one, but they make a black dial version of this. That's really cool. Now this one is chronometer certified. Has a little bit different bracelet. This has a 7-link bracelet on it instead of a 5-link like on the other one. They also, this is at my AD, at Joyce's Jewelers. If you're looking for something like that, go check them out. They have this special pineapple edition. A slice of the good life, it says on the back. On the 5-link. It's kind of a cool green. Again, I like weird colors. So it also comes with a NATO strap. That one is a chronometer grade. I don't know what makes. I guess some they do, some they don't. But I'm a big fan of the Zodiac watches. Don't know what you guys think, but I always thought they did nice, interesting stuff. They do have a bit of their own history. They're kind of cool. There's a green, kind of different looking piece with a tang buckle on a green skin diver strap. This is kind of the classic looking diver. That's kind of their classic retro dive watch look, which reminds me a little bit of that 60th anniversary Oris Diver 65 that they just released. You just like black. That's kind of cool too, with the white chapter ring and black bezel. Wish had a couple more numbers on the bezel maybe, but it's kind of cool looking. The bracelets are really nice too, even for the butterfly deployment. A lot of them have a little comfort setting, like an expansion in them, which is kind of slick. I don't know. I got my excuse me. I got my Aquaterra at such a discount that I didn't lose much when I traded in. Something to say for Omega. Took a bath on the Tudor trade. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Tudor traders are not very good. But Omega, there's always a market for a used Omega, and if you buy it right, you really don't. I don't know. I've never had a real bad experience. I bought the first Aquaterra, and I had it for so long that everything had gone up. I actually made a couple $100 on it, which was crazy after that long. But in general, the value is compared to what you're paying for it. The discount you're getting, you're not paying nearly as much for an Aquaterra as you are for like a Datejust. Most of your Aquaterras are in the 6s. You probably get at least $1,000 off on one. So if you get one of the more, one of the more expensive ones, or 6,600, like the turquoise, you buy it for 56. What are you really going to lose on that watch? Yeah, are you going to make money on it? No, but is that the idea all the time? And you can have it. There's something to be said for being able to have it, to be able to just buy it, to have someone be excited about selling it to you. Let's see if these guys got anything in the pre-owned section. Let's go new to old. Doesn't look like much new has come in. Tell you what is missing. They sold the Super Racing. There you go. Perfect. They're an authorized Oris and Norcane and Zodiac dealer as well, and Brightly. They always have a lot of good deals, and they're good guys to deal with. So if you're looking for something, if you see something on their site, especially if you have a trade-in, they're really fair with their trade-ins. Call up or email Zach or Tim, and they'll work with you. It'll be a good experience. That much I can tell you. Boom. Well, there you go. And there you have it. The pre-owned selection of Joyce's Jewelers. What if you got any new Omegas in it? The DeVilles and the Constellations. Wouldn't we love to see something new with that line? I still say I really thought the terracotta red was going to be the winner on this, but this saffron dialed shades was the one. It was just, when you see it in person, it's amazing. It's really, really, really beautiful. And I'm a big fan of this. I saw this in person on a guy at Teddy's. I think I told you guys about this on Sunday. And just a beautiful two-tone aquaterra. Just really classy looking. And just absolutely a stunner in person. Anthony says, I'm considering the two-tone red dial aquaterra. Let's go look. We love good aquaterra. Do they have one here, or do we need to go to the Omega site? Looks like we have to go to the Omega site. You didn't have a pre-owned one I missed, did I? I don't remember seeing it. Nah. Let's head over to Omega. My favorite section, the aquaterras. Steel and gold. Oh, God, that's beautiful. That is a beauty. Boom. That looks sunburst on that dial? That red, like the terracotta. Man, that is good looking. Anthony, that is a good looking watch. I think that's a great watch. You can have one and done one of those, in a two-tone. It could be your everything watch. Anthony, you have good taste. Do you own any other Omegas? Anthony is the guy who introduced me to Joyce's Jewelers. And I'm glad he did. Like I said, it was so. We talk about Rolex and the game, the games and the wait lists and the can you get something? Will you get the call? I was going out there to talk to them about a deal on a different. It was a couple watches I was looking at, but mainly one other one. And It's out of the blue. Hey, I got this, and would this be of any interest to you? You know, and it was this. You know, like heck yeah, I love that watch. I didn't know that they had been released yet. Um, you know, just have 6 Omegas. It's definitely this brand. You have 3 Aquaterras. Yeah, you're my hero. I think I've owned 4 or 5. Never more than one at one time. It's a great brand. But again, you buy it right, you enjoy it. You know, if you have to like Omega first of all. But when you head to head them, I'm like coaxial, exhibition back, um, availability, service intervals, anti-magnetism. There's a lot to an Omega. There's a lot of advantages. Does it say Rolex? No. Does it make you less of a target? Does it make people less suspicious? Are people more apt to say what the, you know, the other thing is people, when you have an Omega, it's a cool watch, but it's also a, you know, it's a mechanically cool watch, you know, well-made watch. Does a lot, you know, the 89, this is the 8800, so this is the 38 millimeter, I'm assuming. Yeah, 38. So the 8900 also gives you the quick set hour. The new crowns, no, you're one behind Anthony, so I don't think you have a problem yet, McCallender. Your 5 is not a problem. I think 7 is where you really have a problem. It has anti-Brian capabilities. Yes, watch Sunwood. It also has those. Yeah, but they do some cool stuff. There's variety. That's another thing. So I make fun of the fact that there's so many Omegas, and they really could scale back the catalog a little bit. They don't have to have all these, but by the same token, these are all you have a variety of your dial and your um, straps and your material. Like you have a lot of variety that you don't always get um, with a Meg or with Rolex. You know, it's probably too much, but I don't know. You tell me. I love this watch in the 41. I like that red. The 38 is just too small for me. I just don't like the way it looks on my wrist. I know, John D. I should just buy a 38 and shut up. But I can't do that. I just can't do it. But this black one in a 41 is nice. It's just a really pretty watch. Like I said, I saw that dude wearing it, and it caught my eye. Interesting. It's so interesting. That does look stunning. Why do they suggest putting it on a bloody NATO strap? Their NATO straps are expensive, but the quality of them is amazing. I tried one on my Seamaster 300M. I tried a Bond NATO, and it looked cool, but it didn't wear well because of the size. Again, the size of my freaking wrist. I couldn't tuck it, so I couldn't make the cool. Like it just kept popping out. It was a terrible experience from that, you know, in that way. You know, OC wears his on the rubber strap, which I did that for a while as well. Let me see if I can find an example for you. Bum, 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 bum. I know somewhere I had picture and or video or both of that on that NATO strap. Maybe not. I had to deploy it. The rubber with the deployment was a great way to wear that Omega. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Share this tab. Go into my shorts. Boom. And you see it's tucked there when I come back over the top on the video there. Just a little wrist roll with it. It is tucked, but barely. And it just kept flopping out. You see how there's not much to it. But see how little is tucked into the keeper. My big fat wrist. But it was a kind of a cool look. It was a different way. The other thing I wish is that they had some sort of quick release system so that, they offer all these strap options, but Omegas are notoriously stiff to get that bracelet off and all. And the NATOs and the rubbers aren't that hard to do, but the other stuff, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. My issue is the submodels within models, like within the Seamaster, there's the S&P 300, the Planet Ocean, the Aquaterra, and the Railmaster. It's like they did this because they wanted a minimalistic top level of lines offered. Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. And I get that they started the Seamaster was kind of the start of a generation of watches. It was their first waterproof watch, blah, 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 blah. I get all that, but let's differentiate a little bit. Treble says, wearing a NATO strap is like having your shoes on the wrong feet. The calendar says, in my non-watch social circle, Omega are flex pieces and Rolex is just ridiculously overpriced. Just the opposite sentiment of my watch circle. Yeah. But I will say that in my non-watch circle, when I've owned a Rolex, everybody's curious what I paid for it, not what it is, if that makes sense. Whereas when they see one of the Omegas, they're like, oh, it's beautiful. Let me see. Can I see that? And they love the exhibition backs, and they don't. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Here's my first Aquaterra. A beauty. Big old G-Shock. That is a big old G-Shock too. But I've owned a number of the Aquaterras. Probably the most disappointing one was the Summer Blue. The Summer Blue dial was great with that bracelet, that light blue rubber strap. I didn't want another one of the old school Aquaterra bracelets. The light blue was a little, I thought I would, at first I was like, oh yeah, that's the way to go. It wasn't. It's really a baby blue. But the material, the way it fit, the clasp, top notch. The color, yeah. The dial, amazing. Hated the closed case back. I know it had the stuff on it, but Poseidon or whatever on the back, but just couldn't get into the closed case back. Sorry, guys. It's just the way it is. If you are not a subscriber to the Lucha Mark channel, please do that. And hit the notification button, because while I'm off work, you never know when I might fire up a stream. And who doesn't want to miss this stuff? How many upvotes do we got? Hopefully we're at least in the 20s. 21. We've had upwards of 23, 4, 5 people at certain points today. So 2 of those upvotes are me. So if you haven't hit the like, please do. I do appreciate it. And it's always an honor to bring you guys a show. We're closing in on 4 hours in 1:30. Do we go another half hour or do we end it now? Kind of have a hard out at 2. I'll take Mom over to get a test done. Maybe I'll just take her tomorrow. Though it's supposed to be colder tomorrow, so I don't know if that really fixes the issue. Cloud Ken says, I still like the FXD better than any Omega titaniums. I've never owned a titanium Omega. Most of them just look like like any. Now is the regular? Oh, I haven't looked at these things in so long. Is the regular Pelagos titanium? My only issue with the FXD is you have to wear it on a cloth strap. I'm really much more of a bracelet guy than a cloth strap guy. Just kind of how I'm programmed. Look at that creamsicle. Beauty. The bracelet on this thing is really nice, I have to say. It's stout, but it has to be. It's a 43.5 millimeter watch, and it's 16 point something thick. It's a big chunky monkey, so you gotta have a pretty stout bracelet. But that has the same clasp as the S&P 300, so it's at 9.6 millimeters of micro adjust in it. The only thing I may do with mine, I may make a little change. I might like to go back out to Joyce's and see if I can't talk to. They basically said I could do a show from there if I wanted, but at least get some footage of some watches. Get some pictures and videos of some of the stuff that we don't get to see in person all the time. But I may take this sucker and have them take out a link and set the comfort setting in the middle. Because I think if I set it in the middle, it would make it just big enough for me to take out one length and maybe be able to get it to a little bit better fit. I will tell you something else. You guys want to hear a really crazy thing? Last night when I went to church, it was so cold out. I had to brush off the car, shovel off a little light dusting that had come since the last time I shoveled the driveway. And it was so cold. It was so cold. I was wearing the Aquaterra. And normally the Aquaterra either fits or it's a little tight if I heat up and I use the comfort setting. Well, it was so cold that I think my wrist shrank to 7.25 for a little bit of time because that watch became loose. Clouds Ken says, true, the NATO wears out after a while. Have to keep changing. Now the regular, let me go look it up. I have technology. Hold on. Let's go back to the tutors. If OC's watching, I'm sorry. Diving watches. Pelagos. Is the regular Pelagos titanium? Because I like this watch. I hate all the text at the bottom. I hate that it's really the rotary self-winding. Get rid of that. You don't have it on the other models. But yeah, titanium. Yeah, ceramic dial, ceramic bezel, titanium watch and strap. So that's a cool titanium watch. Sorry, OC. Between Omega, Zen, and who's my jigger? Let's see what they make in a titanium in some of the bigger Omegas. Planet Ocean, Ultra Deep. I always thought this was a good looking piece. Now that's a titanium case version of this. But I always thought it was kind of a handsome piece. Grade 5 titanium. Light, corrosion resistant, biochemically inert, and able to withstand extreme temperatures. And look, you can put it on a NATO. They recommend a NATO for everything. Caliber 8900. But again, I will take a coaxial escapement any day. I'm just a big fan. The cycling chrono. I think it's good looking, but again, it's an FXD. Pelagos is inoffensive. That's as high as I can rate it. It's a great watch. It's a great watch. I hate that. I hate all the text on the bottom of the standard one. On this bottom of the standard bracelet model. I don't understand. And the other thing is, oh geez, I hate their website. I hate all these watch manufacturers' websites are terrible. All right, so which one? So the 39. Okay, I'm just going to show this real quick while we're here. The 39 does not have the rotary self-winding on it. I just think it looks better. And I also think the Pelagos in red had the little pop of color that the watch needs. But again, it's the 39. It's not. Jeez. But so the bicycle one's this black one, right? Which is cool. It's a cool watch. But why can't they do this on a bracelet and give you the rubber strap like they do with the regular post?
World. We are a team. It takes time to ride as a team. Show unity. Show depth. Give the best support to each other. As with each new project, we set new standards, new principles. Inspired by the way Tudor's watchmakers build watches, hours of training, in-depth testing. Our watch is designed to assist us during races. Time measurement, speed measurement, as we delve deep inside to overcome pain and find that extra bit of will to push harder. Checking on our watch in the blink of an eye is a real boost. We are a team, not one that rides in the back. We are Tudor Pro Cycling Team. And with our Pelagos FXD, we're taking on every new challenge. We dare to dream. Tudor, born to dare.
I mean, it's a cool watch. What can you say? God, I hate this website. And then you have the black, the regular, really exactly what we're gonna do now. Now let's go look at the bronze. Is the bronze not in a 41? Is it only in a 39? Shows you what I know. Black Bay bronze. That's easy enough to find. Oh, it's 43. Now, I will tell you what I like about the bronze and what I don't like about the bronze. First, I wish that they had that cool deployment like they do on the Ranger, which is pretty slick. I love the 369 on that on the bronze dial. I'm not a big fan of the bronze watch per se, because you got to put up with the smell. Watch Someone says, I love Tudor, but if you believe they wear or use that watch whilst competitively cycling, you're as deluded as the people who think professional divers use a sub to know how much air they have left. Yes. They do that stuff to get the enthusiasts interested. I'm sure one of those guys has to wear a Tudor while they're out there. Let's see. Let's pull it up since we're on their website. I had this one a little bit. It was a tad bit small for me. I was using this as my cycling watch for a little bit. But this clasp is amazing. It's really cool. It's a really cool deployment. It looks cool. I kind of miss it. I can almost see myself. If this thing had applied indices, it would take it over the top. I mean, $3,000 for that watch is a bit much with a printed dial, but it was a good looking piece. Let's see if I can't find. Something of my Tudor. Oh, here you go. I do have something. That was my Tudor. I got that when they first came out. That clasp is nice. It's really, really nice clasp. The rubber was stout and almost sailcloth on the outside, rubber on the inside. It was actually not a bad bicycling watch. I know John D's looking at it going, it bit your wrist perfectly, Lucha. I know. Trouble had the old Ranger, that was a bigger model, right? That was like a 41 millimeter, I think. The old one. But I wish that they put that clasp on that bronze watch. That clasp was real. Like I said, I can't say enough how cool that clasp was. And that rubber strap was. It was good. It was good, wild, wacky stuff. I don't know. You guys tell me. What are we doing here? We've got a little bit of time left. If you guys are interested in keep going. Wait, now I'm confused. Is this BB? Is this Basil's Bezels? I think. You changed your name. I've seen the FXD Tudor watch Pelagos FXD MN21 for no premium. There was some hype as it only been out for a few months in 2021. Yeah, I don't think it is. It is. All right, just want to make sure. It looks like your logo. But yeah, so the FXDs are cool if you like that thing. Now, I will say, if I had an FXD, what I would probably do, let me see, what was the name of that company? They send me emails all the time. Shit. Oh, I don't know how I got on their email list, but I might have signed up for a discount because I was thinking of buying one of their straps at some point. Let's see. That would be in their Lucha. Hold on. Zulu Diver, I think is what it was. Hold on. Zulu Diver straps, the Octopod. Yes. That's what it was. I would probably buy one of these things for it. Octopod. These guys make a kind of a cool NATO, if you will. Let's see. I just got some new watches in the post. You'll have to wait till tonight to see them though. Cool. You it's Tuesday. Are you doing a show tonight? Hopefully I'll catch some of that. Yeah. Depending on what's going on, hopefully I will. Maybe I'll hop on the panel to see what you got. All right, so the Octopod. Oh God, now they have more. You have Elastic and Apex and all kinds of different stuff. Damn. So Zulu Diver is the company. I think they're out of Australia, but they make a deployant NATO. I don't know what an Apex is. We'll check it out though. It's maybe a different type of material or something. But basically, with the Zulu Diver, it is a you set this thing up. There's a weird way that you have to follow a video to see how it really works. But basically, you end up with like a little bit of a NATO buckle on the back. If I had an FXD, I might have to do that. What's his name? Jody. Very cool. He's fun. Yeah, so that's the watch hangout. Jen, you are capable. Drop a link to the watch hangout page. Check that out tonight, especially if Jody's on. Jody's fun. Jody's he does a lot of times does cheaper watches and stuff, which is cool. I like cheaper watches too. You know, I like all watches. I want to see all your watches. I don't care if they're expensive or cheap or mid-range. Show me your watch. I'm a watch guy, not a brand guy. If I'm a brand guy, it's a bit of a mega. Because I lean that way. I just like the brand. I just really do. It's just so much I like about it. But the Zulu Diver Octopod, if I had an FXD, I would probably get something like an Octopod for it. Here, about Octopod watch straps. Whoa, jeez. What the frick? The ultimate guide. How long is this video? I don't want a long video, but here, we're going to check out this Octopod video just so you can see how it works real quick. Because it's a weird... You have to set.
Have you ever had trouble with watch straps or metal bracelets that just don't fit your wrist properly? Do you value your watch and worry about losing it during outdoor adventures? We have the solution for you. In 1973, the British Army revolutionized military watch straps. Now, 50 years later, we've taken that iconic design and perfected it with our new Zulu Diver Octopod buckle system. The team at Zulu Diver spent over a year refining our original Octopod system that launched in 2022. Now, 2 years later, we are thrilled to introduce the new Zulu Diver Octopod Mark III buckle system. With a sleeker, more compact profile, version 3 stays true to our original concept, and it's even compatible with our existing range of Octopod straps. Today, we'll be taking a look at the evolution from Mark II to Mark III, and how to fit the Mark III buckle system to your wrist. Let's first take a look at the old Mark II buckle. It was solid, reliable, but we saw room for improvement. Meet the Mark III buckle. With a slicker design and enhanced build quality, it offers a significant upgrade. The buckle ends are smaller, the bars are thinner, and the overall length is about 5% shorter than the previous version. We've improved our manufacturing process, and the Mark III's smoother edges and corners provide extra comfort on the wrist. It also features a recessed etched logo for a more premium feel. The Octopod system offers a perfect fit through precise adjustments, solving the common problem of watch straps and metal bracelets feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Our buckle ensures a tailored fit that's perfect for any wrist size or activity, and for those needing more flexibility, our elastic strap options provide an unparalleled fit. The buckle is available in 6 different finishes: brushed and polished, full mirror polished, black, antique bronze, sandblasted, and gold. It's also available in 2 sizes, 20mm and 22mm, with over 50 different colored strap options to choose from. You can easily switch up your style to suit any watch or occasion, and our collection is constantly expanding. For added security, we've incorporated a dual push-button feature crafted from saltwater-resistant 316L steel. This quick release from the wrist mechanism is both convenient and reliable, ensuring your watch stays securely on your wrist during intense activities such as diving or outdoor adventures. This feature pays homage to traditional military nylon straps, offering durability without compromising on convenience. The assembly of the Mark III is almost identical to the Mark II, as you can see here in our animation. Now, in case you missed our last video, Richard will show you how to fit your new Mark III Octopod buckle.
You can start threading the material either from the top or the bottom. The process is fundamentally the same. Let's start from the 12 o'clock side. Take the buckle and generously thread the material in through the first gap. Then make a loop and thread it back through the third gap. You need to make a loop again and bring the material through the middle gap. Then take the strap and thread it back through the first gap. Pull through the material and you're done. Take the watch head and thread the strap through the spring bars. In this case, we start from the 6 o'clock side. Then you need to push the watch head to the finished side so you can do the other half of the Octopod buckle. Start threading the material through the top gap. Then make a loop and go through the third gap. After making another loop with the material, you need to come out of the middle gap and then thread the strap back again through the first gap. You can now slide the watch head in the middle of the nylon strap and try it on your wrist. If the fitting is a bit loose or tight, you need to do some micro adjustment to get the fitting just right, especially if you have a more rigid material. The elastic straps are more forgiving as they stretch out a bit. And that's how you fit the new Octopod buckle system to your favorite watch.
So that's the Octopod. Not that we are sponsored by them, but I always thought it was kind of a cool idea. If you had a watch with fixed lugs that you needed to wear a NATO on, I think I was kind of like flipping the idea of an FXD in my head because I like the FXD better. I like the dials better than the regular Pelagos. So to me, that was like a way to, make it feel a little bit easier, wear better. I don't know, give you some options, if you will. Let's see. I do want to look and see what a Ranger is going for these days. Oh. In the twos, depending what it is, 3185. That seems extreme for a Chrono 24 purchase. 2759 for the one that I had, virtually unworn. $3,000 for that one on the bracelet. What's this one? 2149 with all kinds of straps. You say. So Jubilee's obviously an aftermarket strap, unless he got a Tudor one, but I doubt it. I would imagine it because the Black Bay, I think I'm not sure the 41. I think the 58s do fit the Ranger now, because there was one of the cool things with the Ranger on a bracelet is you don't get the faux rivets. Yeah, he doesn't show the back of that strap to say what it really is. OEM rubber strap and NATO strap. Picture. Oh, it's an Uncle Seiko Executive Jubilee bracelet also included. Very good to excellent condition. So $21.49 doesn't seem like a bad price. So let's see if this guy has a profile shot of this one. Here, you can see it. You'll be able to see it on here. One of the things on the Ranger is you don't get the faux rivets that everybody hates on the Black Bay if you get it on the bracelet, which is kind of cool. But I don't think it has a T-fit. I actually have to go back to the Tudor website to find that out. Let's see. Well, let's pull one up. $34.75 seems like a lot. Oh, it does have the T-fit. Okay, steel bracelet with 3 links, folding clasp, Tudor T-fit safety catch. There you go. So you do get the T-fit on that one. That's cool. 39 millimeter, 20 millimeter lugs, 12 thick. It's just the COSC certified, very, very plain watch. That might be the other thing. If I was going to do anything to the Ranger, I might, whereas I say I hate all of the text on that standard Pelagos, I think just Ranger at the bottom of this one. I might put chronometer officially certified on that one. Give it a little bit of gumption. I don't know. What do you guys think? The Ranger, not the most popular watch in the world. Nice looking. The hands, the shine off the hands is actually pretty impressive. Like I said, if they did that with some applied indices, that would really, really make that watch a little bit better. Just depends. Just depends. But again, what do I know? Charles says there are better ways to spend the cash. There you have it. It's a true story. But it wasn't a bad watch. I didn't hate it. It was a tad bit small at 39. But I think on the bracelet we're a tad bit bigger, actually. But I love that strap. And for what I wanted to use the watch for, the strap actually made more sense, even though I'm a bracelet guy. But I know a lot of people love this bracelet because it doesn't have the faux rivets. And that's a big deal for a lot of people. Because the faux rivets are, they look a little janky. I'm not going to lie. And again, OC, if you're watching, I'm sorry for Tudor talk. Sometimes you got to talk about Tudors. But if you're looking for a field watch, it's not a bad thing. Fully brushed case. So it is abusable. Got a couple little highlighted pieces, more satin than polished. But a cool watch. Just kind of a cool watch. I have an Explorer 40 to be fair, so there's never going to be a chance on the rate. Absolutely. The Explorer 40 is much better watch, although not much bigger in size because it's really not 40 millimeters. I've tried on a bunch of them. I like it. It's not big though. Very similar in size to the Ranger. But the Explorer 40, a much better watch. But if you could find one of these on a bracelet on the gray for like $2,500, and you look at an Explorer 40 on the gray, even they're not super expensive, but they're more than the 7,700 retail. They're probably in the 8 to 9 range. When you see them on the gray, kind of unworn, current model year, there's a giant difference in price between those two watches as well. But guys, I got like 3 minutes, and then I really do have to get going. I appreciate everybody coming in. I really, really do. And anybody, I didn't even really get to check. I think I did get a couple of PayPal things, so I appreciate that. That's awfully kind of you. Again, you're not required, but and anybody who does send anything, it does go direct towards. I'm putting everything to the Cobra. Because the Cobra is double what it was before, which is just ridiculous, if you ask me. But what are you going to do? Let's see if I can find that link again. Where did I find that? It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. I'm a terrible PayPaler. Oh my, where? Huh. Maybe I can't find it again. Let's try that. There it is. And we'll share that again. Just in case. Again, nothing is required. Anybody wants to help out, I do appreciate it at this time. With that being said, we will be doing another show this week. I'm not sure exactly when, but it will be happening. Rest assured. And we will be doing a we'll hit the notification, that way you know, or follow me on Instagram, subscribe, find out when the shows are happening. But we're 4.5 hours in. I've got a couple things to get done, and I appreciate you guys for coming along for the ride. Thanks to George for jumping on earlier. Always good to chat with George. Hopefully you guys got something that you enjoyed out of today's conversation, whether it be food or watches or shoes or politics or whatever the heck else we talked about today. It seemed like a lot. Check out JJ's Watch Hangout tonight. Jen G's got some watches she's going to show, and apparently, who's more? What's it? Jody from Just One More Watch is going to be on one. That's kind of exciting. That's a good guest. Who wouldn't want to see him? Treble says, when is the Aqua Timer show? I will be busy that day. Oh, man. I went a whole show without showing an Aqua Timer. Can you believe it? Shocking, I know. Guys, just to end where we started with the breakfast tacos, the chorizo and egg, delicious. Who doesn't love something like that? On that note, we're going to looch our way on out of here. I appreciate it again, everybody, for coming by. You guys, you have no idea what it means that anybody wants to listen to me talk about anything. So it gives me something to do. I have some downtime. So thank you. And do something nice for someone. Say something nice to someone. Be the light you would like to see shining through others. That's how you're going to make a change, one person at a time. You're welcome, guys.